Ron, where are you when I need you? Where are you when I need you? Anyhow.
Oh man, this
I'm
is
done.
funny. This is funny. Oh man.
I am done.
BGS said he's done.
Andre, before I go, put your types of.
Oh man, that is classic. Oh man,
Types
that is classic, dude. What's up? The United States Department of State issued a warning to all travelers not to online date or book hotels in rural parts of Latin America. Oh well, they put out all types of warnings. I get them all the time. Trust me. I think that a lot of people tried to shame men for their choice, and black men are the worst at it. They really are. And it's something really ridiculous, man, when you really think about this shit. See, this is the perfect time. I have nothing, no one arguing, and all that other good shit. Um, let's talk about some real good shit about what BGS posted. I'm glad that I'm actually able to start on time. Actually, a little bit early. Probably get as many people as want. I'm not going to do as much talking because I know everybody wants to get their say, but mm, hopefully everybody. So hopefully everybody get up here. We'll get a good number of people, and we can start a live stream. So Charles, as a Lions fan, I wanted to say for the both of us, fuck the 49ers, fuck the Chiefs. Yeah, that is true, but also fuck the refs too because them refs were fucking filthy, man. You want to get, you want to. I'll say this. This is when they sent that referee group. I already know the fix was on. I'll never say, fuck the Ravens. They're still my team. You're gonna try to say Flowers was taunting when the dude had him in a heel hook leg lock, and Kelsey could do taunting in people's faces all day, and not one time he gets called for taunting. Okay, buddy. Even when Lamar threw the interception, and the defender was actually, dragging and holding down Likely. That wasn't called. But anyway, we're gonna talk about this dating coach shit. Um, this dating coach shit. Listening to that whole thing was asinine. If you ever noticed, the dating coaches are just like Instagram models. They got a certain look. They got to put the glasses on and have the dark backgrounds. And most of them got bald heads trying to talk all cool with their vernacular. I'm going to ask you the same question that I would ask any woman who talk about the women here. Why would you tell your son to go on the team where they're going to lose 80% of the time? Why? See, a lot of dudes want to talk about skin tone and all this other shit. There's sometimes you just got to go where you're most appreciated and most loved. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you do. See, they don't like the fact of the matter that a lot of those guys are losing money to men who said, you know what? Bump this shit. They don't like that. They're losing money, so they're really upset. Why the hell? Why the hell is a man gonna stay where he's not winning? He's gonna go somewhere else. He's gonna go somewhere else. Why would you tell young men to keep being in places where the women don't appreciate you? Well, if you go to another club, if you go to a club and the women aren't feeling you, you're gonna go to another club down the street. How are you gonna use his argument to defeat your argument? What? What? So you're gonna tell us to stay within a culture where we're gonna lose? We're gonna stay within a culture where we're gonna lose. And even if you do talk to a chick, we're gonna go. Excuse me. We're gonna go and take all her Western ideology bullshit with her. I don't care how a woman is when we're happy with each other. I want to know her behavior when she's not so happy. I want to know her behavior when she's upset, when she's stressed out. Give me that one. Give me that. Give me that. No one will ever talk about that. No, it's not a Prescott thing with Lamar. It's the fact of the matter. They had to run the ball more. They had to use their identity. And when you have a lineman who's not healthy, should he have taken off? Fuck yeah, you take off with your legs. At some point, you have to be in sports. You have to not listen to other people. You can't listen to other people. You got to use your identity and use what brought you to the dance. And trust me, this ain't a Prescott thing because Prescott doesn't make it that far on a regular basis. Oh, trust me, next year they're gonna have an axe to grind with a lot of people. They're gonna have an axe to grind with a lot of those refs. When you got referees who's blatantly not calling certain shit, yeah, but at the same time, you can't leave it in the referee's hands either. Can't do it. Can't do it. Well, we're gonna call you for taunting. Pointing in somebody's face is taunting. I remember in the Super Bowl where, oddly enough, the Chiefs lost. The defender from the Bengals was in front of Tyreek and doing Tyreek's little thing right in front of his face, his peace sign right in his face, and they called that taunting. So if you pointed in somebody's face, that's that's another show for another day. That's why a lot of that A lot of those referees were very, very biased, but another show. Um, but back on this one, you literally have grown men trying to beat up on a 24-year-old and trying to say, "Well, you need to try harder." For women who don't like me, I'm gonna try harder for women who don't like me. Make that shit make sense. Hmm. Rennie Goddess. Ah, cute little girl. Actually, cute ass woman, actually. Please, Rennie Goddess, come to BlairCon this year. I heard she like older guys and she's like 25, so please, shorty swing my way. Oh, trust me, we held our L. The fact of the matter is, I'm just saying the truth. Yeah, we should have scored.
I'm like, y'all got husbands and shit. I understand how y'all can't afford.
Links in the chat. Come on up. Have a conversation about this dating coach shit. And I'll bring you up. Give me. What's up, Big Kev?
Hey, how's it going, Charles? Hey, how's it going, Charles?
Doing all right. So,
Hey,
what's
man,
your thoughts
thanks
on
for
it?
having me up, man. Yeah, man, it's just one of those things, man, about the dating coaches. Listen, my thing is this, man. I'm like, with the experience of brothers like you, Tito, Keep It 100, LIR movement or whatnot, it's like, why is this still even a debate? You know what I mean? Like, just the four of y'all alone could, like, if y'all really wanted to, y'all could pretty much obliterate the credibility of most of these so-called dating coaches. You know what I mean? Just from y'all personal experiences. So I'm just like, it's one of those things where it's like the information itself is not the problem. It's the fact that there's just a lot of bad faith actors. You know what I mean? Because if you talk about basic stuff like, okay, things like taking care of yourself, or like being in shape, or wearing some nice cologne, all these stuff, theoretically makes sense. The problem is just, again, it's people that are insincere, man. People that are bad faith actors. You know what I mean? Misrepresenting the information. And I think instead of using it as a tool, they present it like it's like a religion, as the guys like Ed pointed out. They see game as a religion instead of a tool. You know.
What's good, big cat?
Oh, my bad. I'm trying to get my here
What's
we
up?
go.
What's up? What's up?
Damn it. My bad. I ain't mean.
Oh yeah, man. You got to look. You got to stun on us, bro. Okay.
I'm trying to catch the camera. Oh, there it is down there. I'm on my laptop. You gotta forgive me. Anyway. So what's going on,
brother? Oh, not much, bro. And then I saw that Chiefs jersey, bro. I'm like, I thought you came on just trying to stun. I'm like, all right, bro, talk your shit. They're back. All I know to do is just, man, listen. I remember that scene from Independence Day at the end when the dude blows up the alien ship. He's like, "Hello, boys, I'm back." Like that's pretty much what Patrick Mahomes is saying right now. Like you miss me, bro. You miss me. Oh man, it's so good to be back in the Super Bowl yet again. So
yeah, it's all good. But hey, I want to. I think the dating coaches, the pockets are getting small, man. Like the pockets are getting slim, and these guys they don't want to turn to another alternative, which is take your talents overseas. I mean, if your game is so good, take it overseas, use it, battle test it, pressure test it, And if it works, you can sell that product. Like you need to go where the market is going. Like no one's trying. It's like what Kevin Samuels used to say. If you're going to a burger joint and you're asking for fish, they don't sell fish. They sell burgers. So guys want burgers. Give them burgers. Stop trying
Unless they
to
got fish burgers.
Well, unless you get what I'm saying. You get the analogy.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's just me. That's just how I look at it. At the same time, the whole thing about going overseas and shit like that. There are some, and let's get something straight here. Let's get something straight about the dating coach and whatnot, because most of them come out of the pickup artist world, right? But since the whole since Me Too hashtag Time's Up and everything, they have to reinvent themselves. Some of them have to co-opt the red pill principles to sell their bullshit. So they've been taking hit after hit after hit after hit since then. I still remember when ARC went off and talked about there's a gender war still going on. When I'm like, are you on the losing side? Not to mention you got some of these, pickup artists and whatnot who've been going overseas talking about this, that, and the third, and half the time, their shit doesn't make sense. There's one who pretty much left the business after some time, named Bruce Reed. If y'all remember him, does anybody remember him?
Who'd you say?
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah. Bruce Reed. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Say
then
him
remember
like
he
mystery.
tried to reinvent it. Yeah, and he tried to reinvent this shit by talking about some neo-masculinity. Y'all remember that shit?
When is masculinity revised or upgraded? I thought masculinity is static. I mean,
that was the point. That's the point of asking that question, because it's like I said, they were co-opting a lot of shit, and a lot of them, they tried. Some of them were like in the case of Rich V, he was talking about going overseas to various places. And he had these books called "Bang or Don't Bang" in this certain particular country. When truth of the matter is, what works for some is not going to work for other people. That's why you got to, like we said, go where you celebrate it, not where you tolerate it. For some, that's somewhere in Europe. For some, it's Southeast Asia. Some, it's Latin America. Some, it's Africa. Some, it's like north of the border.
That really pissed me off when Lucario tried to like bash that whole ideology of go where you appreciate it and not tolerate it or celebrate or what have you. I mean, go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead. Go. I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah, it's just absolute foolishness. It's like they're trying to do everything they can to try to throw dirt on the name of the Passport Bros. And
it's because and I'm pretty sure Charles and you other bus would agree with this. It's and ironically, even though he's kind of shot on the Passport Bros, I think Sean James said it himself, where he talks about this idea of social currency, where in so-called Western society, especially America, sex with women, in this particular case, so-called black women, is seen as a form of social currency. And the reason why they have a problem with the so-called Passport Bros, not just because it debunks the argument that so-called black men only want, white women. Not only that, but also too is because it devalues the social currency that a lot of these guys get from claiming to be able to back so-called black women easily. You know what I mean? It kind of destroys that social currency because again, you got people like Charles and Keep 100 and Tito and LAR movement who basically just come out and say, hey, listen, if she's not respecting you, or if there's no healthy relationship dynamic, like what's the point even bragging about it? You know what I mean?
It debunks the whole thing when you think about it, because a lot of people in this world think because some guys have to draw value on the number of women they lay. And it's not just among black folks. You see this in whites, because some people think their masculinity is based on the number of women they slept on, which is a low form of masculinity. True masculinity comes from how productive you are as a man, also how much you impact and positively impact other people around you.
And setting boundaries.
What kind of setting boundaries? Yes, but some of them, they think by sleeping with a certain number of women, that is like a doorway into masculinity, which is not.
Well, I'll say,
There
I
are
mean,
those.
it's like the most primitive form, right? I don't like to say this, but Kevin Samuel said that men from yesteryear, like whatever I think he said, like the Stone Age or whatever, they rated their manhood off of two things: fighting and fucking. You know, so
Yeah.
I mean, but it's just the lowest level of masculinity at this point, because we're socialized to be different type of people. We're not barbarians anymore. So, but you got a lot of these guys that's what they rate their masculinity off of, how many women they can sleep with. But it's like with the dating coaches, it's just a constant grinding of gears or spinning plates, if you will, because it's like, what's the end point? Like, you can't, like, if you marry her, you're done.
I wanted to say this. There's a lot of stuff in it. People that know me in this space, I'm like Blade to the dating coaches. Like I literally, like, as soon as I entered a room, like they got beef with me. Like literally, there've been times where I've asked to join the panels and they say don't do. Lakari be like, no, do not let him on. If you let him on, I'm gonna leave. Like, I kid you not, right? My thing with the
Lucario.
Yes, I am their number one arch nemesis. Like, I've literally called into this show and had Steve the Dean and Lucario throw fists. Like, they had to hung up on me like twice. Like, and you know when you're in an argument with them, because they like to play this word salad thing and make you question things. So, for example, I'll say, for example, why is it that you guys say be honest with women? Well, I don't have no issue with being not being honest, right? I don't have no issue with you telling men to be honest, but for the fact that you know that women are duplicitous in their nature, I was like, don't you feel as though there are some reservations that you should have, and when it comes to telling women certain things? And he's like, oh well. I'm like, if they could do it, why? Like, if you feel as though it's wrong for them to do it, why is it that you never call them out on it? And he was like, oh well, they like to suck dick. Do you like to suck dick too? Like they do it. Like, and he'll go to like way left extremes. But I want to go back to the points, right? They always dating coaches. I've literally studied them to a T. They always talk about the abundance mindset. The abundance mindset. Explain to me, how can you advocate for having an abundance mindset when it comes to dating different women, yet still be against men going outside of the country? Isn't that the ultimate abundance mindset?
Wait a minute. Don't you mean they operate
Anybody
on a
got any?
scarcity mindset? Because
No, but no.
when you think about it,
They no. What I'm saying is, yeah, they. No, I'm saying this is what I'm saying. They're very hypocritical in their thinking. They advocate for men to have an abundance mindset. Don't get one-itis from one girl, right? But what is the ultimate abundance mindset to literally travel the globe and find something outside your natural norms? But how can you be against that? That should be the ultimate mindset, you know?
Oh, that's simple.
Oh, by the way, I gotta ask you a question. I'm sorry, but I gotta ask Fam here a question, because you said he comes in like Blade. So, Fam, do you sometimes use that famous quote from Blade anytime you see these motherfuckers?
Nah. No, let me, because
you know which one I'm talking about. You know what I mean?
Nah, I'm not which. Nah, I'm not.
Okay, if you remember when in the final fights, when he hit the what's his face with those explosive bombs.
Oh, some guys like the
some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
Uphill, yeah. Yeah, and here's
that's how we have
thing.
to look at these motherfuckers. Wait. I think Charles has the meme. Charles, if you have the meme, please put it up.
No, he might be somewhere
Oh, yeah,
else.
But he always puts up that meme every now and then. Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
And I've said it before, in whenever Kings and Dreams, because he'll host the panels and whatnot. The concept, their premise is all women are the same. Explain to me another group of women that will make fun of their own, like black women did Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels never murdered anybody. He never assaulted no woman, no child. Never did none of that stuff. Tell me another group of women who will collectively praise one of their own being deceased.
And so my thing is this: they're either completely ignorant to the way the rest of the world works, or they don't believe the shit that they're selling, just like Derek Jackson did. You know, because it's like when you mentioned being able to date globally, isn't that the ultimate abundance mindset? Well, the answer is yes. The thing is, it doesn't fit their narrative. They want to that what we've seen on BGS's show is a clear demonstration of what a plantation bro is. Like, they want to shame you just like women do. They want to shame you for going overseas. And then that bruiser guy, like, he's acting like over here in America is the winning team, right? And what I was capturing from those other dating coaches is that they got this sense of pride, right? Like the reason why a guy would not want to stay here is because he can swallow his pride and say, hey, look, I'm tired of hitting this brick wall. You know, it's not me. So let me go over here where I can have better options. It's mind blowing how these guys are still trying to hold on to these old concepts while the world continues to change, right? It's like, it's kind of like what you said when women lie, right? They'll tell you they're not seeing anybody, and you know they got people on the rotation, you know, but you got to be honest. It's like it's gynocratic thinking at its best, because it's like they want you to be subservient to these women, and it's like absolutely ridiculous.
And my thing is this too with like this whole concept, or they'll say all women are the same, but then 30 minutes later they'll be like, oh, it's easier for you to get along with that woman in her country, but if you try to bring her over here, you better not bring her over here. And it's like, hold up, you telling me I shouldn't bring her over here because you believe that she'll be corrupted or influenced by the woman here. So in essence, not all women are the same then. It's like they contradict them. That's why a lot of times, if you notice, there'll be certain, when they have like debates against like Pastor Bros and dating coach, like they do not want me up there. Like that in of itself is a contradiction. You say that all women are the same, but yet then you'll say, don't bring the woman back here because then she'll be influenced. Then you won't be able to run your quote unquote game on her because you don't have any game. Therefore, she'll be the American culture.
Yeah, because it's like this right here. The one thing that I kept mentioning when I was actually on the show, and well, not on the show, but I was viewing the show and I was super chatting, is when you're talking about game, but is it the fuck them and throw them in the bushes? You know what I'm saying? Like I really don't understand, because it's like what's the point in getting a woman if you don't have like a legitimate instinct, you know? And Bruiser being a married guy, I was hoping that he was going to stay on the panel long enough to answer the question, but it was the guy on the bottom right hand corner that was right next to Austin that answered the question that I posed to the panel. And he basically said, well, once you tie that knot, because, you know, I'm divorced too. And, you know, it's like you just kind of got to take it good with the bad, and you roll with the punches, and you make the best out of the situation that you make. Well, that's very ambiguous. You know, when it comes to giving, y'all got laser focused talking points. But when it comes to the next level, y'all have nothing.
What's going on back there? What's going on in the background?
I think you
Making a cake or something?
Hey, man, what you doing, man?
Who is that?
It's not me.
I think it's MA. It's not on my end. Because like Charles and Kay are just like, you know, all are muted. Not me.
Is somebody washing dishes?
Not me. Oh well. Azrael. By the way,
Hold on, wait. I think it might be me. Hold on, wait.
No, you were
hold on,
muted
I'm
up.
sorry.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Were
man.
you muted up or
Apparently,
what?
my mic is music. Apparently, my mic wasn't music. Yeah, I was washing dishes just now here.
Oh,
Sorry about
okay.
that.
Okay. That's all right.
I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, how the hell is it not music? Yeah.
Wait a minute,
Okay.
you at home? I thought you were at the gym, Big Kev. We know you gotta do a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah. I'm saying, I'm saying, Yeah, I just had to take a little bit of a break from the gym here. I think I probably had like a little bit too much salt though. But yeah, I'm definitely getting back into the gym like next week though. So don't worry,
All right.
I'll be back.
Yeah, he's got to still do that road work though. He's doing the road work. You know, he's got to work up his cardio and such. Anyway, um, Azrael, to answer your question about the whole thing about don't bring it back home. If you remember, Eddie Murphy's Raw,
Yeah, I
Azrael,
remember it. Yeah, I remember.
you remember the joke about and stuff like that? That's what they try to talk about. But it's
Yeah.
true about that because there is that danger. Because um, but there is that misconception because some people don't. But you know that's based on a misconception some people have about people in the third world. But then again, a lot of people in the third world, in the developing world, they got relatives overseas. You know, so they have certain misconceptions already about what the developed world is like.
But
And
my thing,
some of them, like yeah, some people.
yeah, no,
But
go ahead. No, go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
my thing, yeah, because you know, I'm from the developing world. I'm from the developing world myself, so I understand that mindset and everything, that misconception certain people have. So it's like you know when they say, but when these dating coaches talk about don't bring it back here, you don't want to end up to be like or some shit like that, Eddie, I'm the American woman. But they're saying it in such a way that's intellectually dishonest and shit. Why would you? I mean, even if they were telling the truth, they're gonna do so in a dishonest, insincere way. So you gotta take anything they say with a huge grain of salt, and then you have to discard it. So I'm saying it's just like, when I hear people say certain things, you got to look at them and say, what's the motives behind you saying that? Are you coming from an honest place or is this about your bottom line? If it's about your bottom line, then I know good and well you're being intellectually insincere and dishonest.
Well,
Go
I
ahead.
mean, let me say something real quick. Excuse me. There is some truth to that, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
I'm dealing with the situation right now. I got my visa in process, and I'm bringing my fiance over from Kenya. And the workaround that is you just got to have
Sorry about that. I'm back, fellas.
you got to have a community to foster an environment that's similar to what she's used to back at home, because you gotta actually think about it from her perspective. You're uprooting her from her environment, and then you're bringing her to an environment that let's just face it, is quite hostile. So this environment is very progressive and very aggressive, and if you're not careful, that woman can change. Like Charles can tell you, like we're in the DMV. And it's a melting pot of all different type of cultures. I've ran across a couple of African brothers that have been divorced by their wives since moving here. So it's a real thing. That's why when she moves here, we're only here until I retire, and then once we retire, we're going back to Kenya because I don't even want to risk it.
And that's my thing. How can you? That's what I wanted to say too. Is two things. How can you outgame a woman that comes from 3 generations of women that not only hate men but think men ain't ish, and as soon as the kid drops, they don't need the men anymore? How can you? What kind of game can you possibly use to convince a woman otherwise of the conventional traditions of her mother, her grandmother, her aunts, her older sisters, cousins, female cousins, etc., etc.? How can you outgame culture and people traditions? For example, if Lucario talks about how to sleep with a woman in 1 week, right? You couldn't go to like a place like Kakistan or Uzbekistan or even parts of like Japan and be like, hey, trying to use that same kind of quote unquote game on those women, because their tradition is they're gonna first and foremost, before they even try to even have any serious consideration with you, they're gonna want you to meet their dad, right? So to
In some
top it off,
places, it's not even it's a big no-no.
exactly. I will say this: what I respect about Donovan Sharp, he said that, and even though he's kind of in the grifting mode right now because he's now with the Passport Bros thing now, and there was these 2 white guys that were like dating coaches before, but now they've created a website called passportbros.com. There's a bunch of goofy stuff, but long story short, I meant to clip this when he said it, but he admitted, he said game is for broken women, right? And I want to make it clear. There's a difference between being charming. I'm not saying that men are not supposed to be charming, charismatic, and confident. I'm not saying that. But for the little Machiavellian, narcissistic, dark triad traits and all that other stuff, those are for. He was right when he said that. The type of game that we're talking about, where you don't call a woman for 5 days, or you got to show proof that you're talking to other women, this and the third, like a whole bunch of. Let's see who doesn't give less of a more than the other. That's for broken women and broken people. That kind of behavior only thrives for people that are broken and have emotional and mental issues.
And I was just about to say, with Mr. Lucario even having a video saying how to sleep with a woman in a week. That's just a testament to the type of women that we have in our society. So, like, I mean, how are you going to say all women are the same when the only women that are going to allow you to sleep with them within a week are the ones that you're going to pay for?
Check this out. And I don't want to cut you off, but I'm so glad you mentioned that. Lucario, people ask him, how long does it take to vet a woman? You know what Lucario tells them to do? How long it takes? How long you should wait till you make a woman a wife?
How long?
Take a guess. I want everybody to try to take a guess.
6 months to a year?
No, longer.
3 years.
Longer.
3 years? 5 years?
He said 5 years.
No. Let me tell you something about that glasses wearing, that sunglass in the daytime inside doors freak. He's not giving you any profound knowledge. He's a snake oil salesman. I'm still a part of Kevin Samuels' mixed group, okay? Before Kevin passed, he brought together at least 5 couples that actually got married. If your dating coaches were that good, show me your proof.
That's the thing. Their proof is bedding women. Their proof is
not for you, but show me your proof for other fellas. You take the most nerdiest
Do you have
guy.
any testaments to what you said? Can anybody testify that what they're doing is actually very beneficial?
Take the nerdiest motherfucker out there, right? Who's socially awkward. Can you get him into a relationship? Can you get him laid?
In America.
This is why nobody talks about the late Patrice O'Neal, because when Patrice brought it, he was righteous about it. Now, that's one thing he talked about. If anybody who goes back to Black Phillip, one thing that Patrice and Dante Nero, who still continues, who has a similar show, they stressed on is being righteous in your action. Because you got to be righteous, first of all, to yourself, first and foremost. You got to be honest with who you are and what you are. And if there's something you don't like, you got to change. But you got to ask yourself, is that change beneficial? This is why I remember when Dante said, real men make sacrifices. That's when you got to ask yourself, what are the sacrifices you're willing to make? And I'm going to tie this up with something else. Anybody remember Dave Chappelle when he did that interview called Inside the Actor Studio? Y'all remember that?
Yeah, but it's been a minute though.
Okay. So in that interview, he talks about when he was 19, when he signed his first development deal, and he had that talk with his father, Willie Chappelle, his late father. When he was 19, his father gave him this very important piece of information called always name your price in the beginning. And if things are more expensive than the price you named in the beginning, that's when you got to walk away. And understand, folks, when I say a price, I'm talking about the price you're willing to pay to get where you want to get. So if you want to get involved with a certain person, you got to ask yourself, what are you willing to sacrifice for that person? Is it worth the sacrifice? Or if they're asking more than you're willing to sacrifice, you got to walk away. How does it benefit you in the long term? So that and being righteous and honest with yourself, it all comes back to, you gotta do things for yourself. This is why I also in Black Belt they said in any relationship or any involvement, your happiness has to come first. You gotta put yourself first. You know what I'm saying? But nobody's saying stuff like that and doing it in a genuine, honest way. So you gotta like check that person's track record and see if they're really faking the funk.
Yeah, and definitely like how you brought up Patrice O'Neill, because I think that's the reason why when guys like Patrice O'Neill said to be honest with women, that's what I think he meant. It's not so much about quote unquote being honest with her. It's more so it's like you're being honest because you're disarming her ability to like play the victim. You know what I mean? Because if you just straight up say, "Yeah, this is who I am, what I'm about," well, then what else is left? What else is there to say? You know what I mean? Like if you got somebody like a Keep 100 who straight up says, "Yeah, I'm not interested in monogamy. I'm not interested in settling down." Like if you're a woman, what do you say to that? Like
Yeah, I mean
there's
that's
nothing
why.
else to argue and debate about.
You
Yeah, right
can't
there, Big
say
Kev. What
that.
you just said.
You can't say that he manipulated me because that's the one thing women love to hear is manipulation. It's like there are certain things you wouldn't allow a man to say, and
Hmm.
what it is that you got to realize that a lot of people out there are going to really judge you, and they're going to judge you by your character. And how you get respect from women is not if you got a dick like a fire hose, if you got muscles like Schwarzenegger on super steroids, or you got a flashy amount of money. It's your character. There's a lot of times your character protects you from the women you don't need. When you're not being felt by a certain clientele of women, that's sometimes because your character becomes a barrier, a force field, if you will. And that's what they don't
Yeah,
understand. They were talking to what's his name, Anton? Or that's what they don't understand. That was a barrier. Like he had enough. Sometimes people don't want the best for you. They want you to suffer just like them.
crabs in
And
a
Now,
bucket.
I will say
Misery
this.
loves company. Misery loves company.
I will say this.
True.
Just to play devil's advocate for the dating coaches, where the market for wayward women that are like wide open, that are easy to sleep with. I mean, America is in no short supply of that. However, their market is towards getting guys to get access to those easy women. The problem is hypergamy, right? So, like, you can call yourself a PUA, you can call yourself a dating coach, which I think they're one of the same. If they're not getting their money right, if they're not getting their stuff right, they're not even going to have access to those women because they're trying to get with the top 10%. So it's like basically like what Charles said, they're just selling snake oil. It's basically up to you to take this knowledge and put it to work so you can get the women that you want. But those women are not for you.
But it's better than that. I mean, it's even worse than that because my thing is this, and this is where Jason Black comes in. He put up a stream saying men are winning, and he's like, I don't know. He's like, if you're living in certain metropolitan areas, you're winning. And then he showed a chart of men that are in the top 10%, 50%, and like 1%. And one of for the top 15% of men is 132K. For the top 10% is 500,000. And for like the 1% of 1% was like 1.3. He's like, if you're working towards that and your money is tight, then you're winning. And I'm like, so you mean to tell me in order for me to thrive, and it's soft tricking. It's like in order for me to thrive, I have to make 132,000 basically, or I have to make $250,000 to be able to get women. And that doesn't mean there's one thing in terms of getting women, but there's another in terms of retaining healthy relationships. These dating coaches don't teach you how to have a healthy relationship because you're dealing with broken women. You do not need to learn how to sleep with. Like that's probably one of the most easiest things to do. in this dating age, the hardest thing to do is to have a relationship that even builds towards marriage at this point in time. Most guys don't even haven't been in a relationship more than a year. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say the only quote unquote dating coach I've ever seen give out any type of advice for like healthy relationships, ironically, is I'm sure you guys have probably heard of him, Corey Wayne. He's like the only one I've ever seen give out any like consistent advice where it's like the fundamentals, like okay, mix up, the time where you take your significant other out on a date. Be sure to be playful. You know what I mean? True love's never serious. He's like the only one where I've actually seen where it's like legitimately like solid advice. Like that's like solid fundamental advice. The rest of these guys, man, it's just
Okay.
like you said, it's snake oil.
It's
You
it's
know?
it's 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 intellectually dishonest to say that the dating culture right now is valuable, because what's going to happen is you're going to put a lot of young men out there on Beat Street if you're not telling them the honest truth. Like, yo, this is what the culture is for men and women in our community. Either know what you're accomplishing, know what you're going up against, or be fucked. And a lot of people don't want to hear the be fucked point. And I'm like, you're not being truthful to guys. Well, you need to lift your yes, you shouldn't look like a shitbag. You should look squared away at some point. But what is your character? What type of character of women do you want? Because there's, like BGS said it, you only have three types of women: the fun girls, the girlfriends, and the wives. Not every girl is going to be a wife. Not every girl is going to be a girlfriend. Not every girl is going to be a fun girl. But here's my question: how many times are we going to go through this rhetoric and say, what is this going to do for me and mine? How many times are we going to go through this and say, hey, am I going to benefit for this shit? And a lot of people do not want to talk about that, because there's some people, excuse me, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to date everybody in this country. You shouldn't be able to. To say, well, why do you have to leave your country? That's shameful. No, there's 4 billion. There's 4 billion women on Earth. There's a billion more women on this planet than men. You should not limit yourself into spaces where you're not appreciated. That's a fool's gambit.
And to add to what the brother said,
would you really say that technically most of the guys that do go overseas do the same mistakes that they do over here?
Not really, but if they do,
Actually, I have seen it multiple
not
times.
really. But if
I've seen it too.
their business, it's not really per se, because not every guy's like that. It depends on the individual. But if they do that same shit overseas, so what? Women did it. When women do the same shit, not a goddamn thing said. When women been tricking on men when they go overseas, they don't call it tricking; they call it sponsoring. Okay?
Shout out to Family Willis.
But the results for the women also too backfires on them also too.
Not really, because they already.
Actually, yes, it does. I've seen it multiple times,
really.
Charles. Also too.
Let me tell
You
you
might
what.
not seen it, but I have.
Hold on. Not really, because they already know that when they come out, they know that this guy is here for a goddamn visa. And here's what they'll do: they'll have a baby by this guy, because you got to make it legit, because that baby is the anchor baby. And here it is. They don't like to say they pay, but how many women pay? How many women pay? That's what the real question is.
Here's the thing, Charles. Why you constantly keep focusing on what women do so much?
I don't.
That's my pushback with you, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the part of the question you want me to answer. We were barely talking about the women. I'm just saying the same thing about the men. Men could go over there and trick. Men could go over there and be finding girlfriends and wives. But here's the biggest question: why does anybody mind another man's business? See, because you got to think about it.
Here's the reality of that, man. If you just want to be a trick own up to that. That's the whole point.
But not every man.
I'm not gonna hold it, y'all. Hold it.
Every
I'm
man-
not gonna be saying, oh, I'm gonna go pay for play and think I'm getting women for free, put myself in that same category. No, I'm
Not
gonna own up to
everybody.
that.
Not
I can put myself
everybody.
in the same
Here's
category as
the
that.
problem. Hold up. Here's the
And
problem.
also too, Charles.
Here's
We
the-
have seen, I've seen it multiple times in recent years how dudes be tricking wrong anyway too, backfiring. We just seen recent videos now recently
Yeah.
how the dudes
No,
went to Colombia.
Hold up. Here's the reason why. Because not every goddamn man goes there to trick. Okay? When men go over for something, that's their manifest destiny. But here's the problem. When you got guys who have a vested interest, meaning money, when it comes to money, and they're not getting and they're losing clients because of that money being taken out of the equation, they're going to talk about, well, you're not good at, maybe you didn't try good enough here. Fuck all that. If I'm not
we just amped up a dude, Austin, who y'all propped up so much, who just admitted I'm going through the same problems over there as I did over here.
He didn't say that. He didn't
He's
say that.
admitted on a panel.
He didn't say that.
He did say that, brother. He did say that multiple times.
I know exactly what he's talking about.
He didn't say that.
Hold on.
I seen that show also too.
Hold on. Here's the problem, right? When it comes to black men, we're always gotta be stuck in the same place, but these bitches could go on girl trips, and we all know they hoeing out on girl trips. We all know. That's why when you ask her about her body count, she only counts the ones that she agrees with. Not the fact that she got a train ran on her so much you call her Amtrak. Not the fucking, she don't even count her baby daddies. I had to while a bitch out who said some fugazi shit to me, and I said, first of all, you don't want those problems with me. Number two, you need to go find your baby daddies if you can. You wouldn't get that type of.
Letting them bother you so hard like
Hold on,
that,
Charles.
man.
Let me get in here because so male logic makes a good point.
I'm not none of those motherfucking bitches shame me or nothing.
Hold on, Mel.
What's all this energy about this?
I'm still talking, man.
Yeah, you talked over people.
Yes, I was talking.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
No, you weren't.
Especially your old clown ass.
Oh, your mother was a dumb ass.
Shit, motherfucker.
By the power of Grayskull.
Siri, play Carl Thomas emotional. So
hey, let me say something because I mean before the loud rant, I will say Mel does have a point because like women might go to Jamaica, but you don't hear about the chaos that goes on. I'm gonna tell you right now, black men have fucked up Sasua. Absolutely, they have fucked that place up because they're trying to game women. They're trying to mess around with them and not pay them what they're supposed to pay. Sasua.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Where's
so
that?
Yeah, I have a person myself because I'm in a group where brother I link brothers up in like I've actually had a brother that two brothers, one of them he's still there, but he got engaged. But the other brother, he was telling me about, I'm talking to this chick, and, I'm trying to vet him out and stuff. And, I'm kind of side-eyeing the brother. And then when I get a back brief from him, he tells me, yeah, I slept with two of the three chicks that I went there to go meet. And I'm like, you fucking up our image. You know what I'm saying? The last thing you want to do is the last thing you need to you want to do is to confirm a fucking bias. Like, it's fine what those females are doing. They go over there, they sleep around, they trick off on Jamaican guys or whatever. They can confirm my bias, but us as black men, we can't go to other countries and confirm a bias that the media already puts on us. That's the problem that I have. when it comes to black men going to other countries. Like if you're gonna do it, be discreet about it, spend your money, spend it right, conduct your business accordingly. But don't go over there on some other shit. Because like my boy, I told him, look here, dude, you're the prize. And he went over there and totally took advantage of that shit.
Let me ask you a question.
You mentally, thank you, man. You see my point.
Give me a sec. I've never been to Sosua to get cookie and whatnot, but I've been to Santo Domingo. In fact, I'm going to Punta Cana in about 2 weeks, right? There are other places outside of the DR outside of Sosua. It's like saying, oh, I'm gonna visit America and I'm gonna go to Vegas. Oh, look at all these dudes going to Vegas. That's all they want to do in this country is go trick. It's like, no, they can go to Seattle, they can go to LA. There'll always be guys, even in prime example, the Netherlands. The Netherlands have a huge red light district, and I've been there before.
Amsterdam, baby.
That's in Amsterdam.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what's crazy? The people that partake in it is not the natives. It's usually the tourists from around the world. And when you bring it up to when you bring it up to the natives, they kind of like look down on it. It's like if you were to go into, like, let's say I live in Brooklyn, and someone's like, oh, I know these nice spots where they like a nice stripper place in Brownsville or something like that. Like people are gonna be like, I guess so. It's not nothing that people are proud of. So Sosua is just like that in that sense, right? But there are places outside of DR that are really beautiful. You got Santo Domingo, you got
or Magic City in Atlanta.
Hold on.
Hold on, let him finish.
But that's me personally.
Also too. Exactly, because that's the whole thing. I think you started to get my point also too. When you go to these places, someone actually will teach you how to move around there. Most of these dudes don't know how to move, and they get got the way it is. I've seen other passport bros calling out other passport bros for the goofy shit that they do. And they tell them, like, so, this is the way you have to move around here like that. You're making it bad for most of us out here that's generally having a good time.
How can I put it like this, Mel? The only thing where I agree with a lot of these, like a lot of these grifters on, like, you know, like the Umar and whatnot. Here's where I will agree with them on this. I will agree with them on this. If they say, if you are a dude who's basically a pussy begging simp, you don't need to travel. That's where I can agree with them on that. Like, yes,
Why?
if you have no standards, you shouldn't travel, because like what Mel said, you're gonna.
Why?
Because
hold on. Why?
If you don't have a backbone with no masculine identity, period.
Mel.
Why, Kev? Why?
No, because I'm sorry. Well, like Mel was trying to say, this is because you are going to kind of fuck everything up here, because what's going to happen is that you're just going to drag your pathology and kind of spread it like a virus. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question, right? Okay, Pattaya in Thailand's been like that for 40 years. Why is white guys get a pass?
Because white guys
no.
No.
Because you're mistaken. I'm not talking about like designated like red light districts or whatnot. No. I'm not referring to that. I'm talking about the dudes that like they just have no backbone whatsoever. They just have no standards, no backbone. Those type of guys.
Those guys have been doing sex tourism for decades. Why is it different now?
And they get played just as much as black dudes too.
That's fine.
All right then. So what is your point of your question?
In other words, why is there so much energy now? This stuff has been going on for decades.
Maybe there was energy before, but we focus on us. That's the whole point.
No, I'm saying basically. Hold on, Mel. Let people talk. I'm just saying. This is what I'm saying, BGS. I'm saying the only part where I agree with him, because I'm with you and Charles on this. I'm like, yeah, people trying to hate on passport boys is stupid. You know what I mean? The hate they get is unwarranted. I'm saying. Well, I agree with people like Umar Johnson, and these grifters like that. The only part where I agree with on that is that if you're goofy, if you're a guy that's basically moving super goofy, travel is not going to make a difference if you're goofy. However, I'm also agree with you in the sense of, yeah, you know what I mean. again, as long as you're not, causing any, major issues or whatnot, as long as it's consenting adults, like who gives a shit? You know what I mean?
Okay,
That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is, okay. Say you're a pussy begging simp and you're goofy, right? Okay, and so you're gonna go travel to Philippines. You're gonna travel to Brazil. You're gonna travel to the DR, Mexico, wherever, right? Okay, and do the same thing for cheaper. Okay, what's the difference than doing it here?
See, BGS, I don't have a problem with that. The problem, and you get
I would like him to give me an answer, and then you can say what you don't have a problem with. I'd like to give me an answer. What's the difference? How come they can exercise their freedom of choice?
I'm not saying they shouldn't exercise their freedom of choice. I'm just saying, like, again, it's one of those things. Again, as far as like a reputation thing, Again, if you're gonna be there, as long as you're respecting the local customs, it's fine. I'm talking about the guys who move goofy and who don't have any type of cultural awareness and don't understand the local customs there. That's what I mean by moving goofy. Like, no. If you're not somebody that's going to respect the local customs, don't go.
How are you going to stop? How are you going to stop them?
I'm not stopping them. It's just a warning.
It's a warning. It's a warning. How? I mean, basically,
it's no different than if you say, "Hey, man, if you're going to be driving out on the highway, hey, you should have buckled up for safety."
And
you cannot wear a seatbelt. You know what I mean? But if you go find the window,
they've been saying that since I was a little kid, right? Since before I was born. Guess how many people still do the same shit? Okay, they'll fuck around and find out that they will adjust just like everybody else adjusts. How come black men don't get afforded the same opportunity as everybody else to make mistakes and do better? How come? Someone asking.
I'm not saying you can't make mistakes. I'm saying learn from other people's mistakes.
No, that's not
make new mistakes.
No, what I'm saying, people are making the same fucking mistakes for centuries. Okay, I'm asking, how come black men are not afforded the same opportunity to do this?
We both know the answer to that question. I'm saying as far as
okay, well,
we both know.
Well, explain. No, don't just say we both know it. Go ahead and state it.
We both know it because, again, of the legacy of racial discrimination in this country and the negative propaganda aimed at so-called black men, especially in America. We know this. We've been through this 1,000 times. So what
are we going to do? We're going to take all these goofy dudes to boot camp or restrict them from leaving the United States and traveling?
No, it's going to be more like a, hey.
That's the whole point.
I'm asking him.
I'm answering. That's the whole point. You might not have coaches and everything, but you know what? They do have a point in certain things. They training them.
Mel, you gotta let him answer himself.
Okay.
Sorry, Kev. I had to. Sorry, Kev.
Listen. Hey, Mel, listen, bro. You got a lot of energy, man, but dude, you gotta let other people talk, though. No. So I'm saying is that, again, like I said before, you can, as long as you're giving them an ample warning, that's the best you can do.
Yes.
But like you said, at the same time, it's like, as long as you're giving them an ample warning, you're not necessarily stopping them, but you're just saying, hey, you can do what you want, but you got to be aware. These are the pros and cons of doing what you're going to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. As long as they can make an informed decision, that's fine. I'm cool with it.
We warned them here. They still do the same thing. Okay.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Okay. So in other words, what is the plan? So these goofy dudes go overseas, and what happens to them? Okay. Give me game it out for me, because I'm trying to understand.
I'm saying like this. Okay, so say for example, we say, hey, if you're going to travel this country, understand, respect the local customs and try to keep a low profile. Okay, let's say for example, if he doesn't do it, he tries to do some goofy stuff, try to live out his hip hop dream, and he gets robbed. Okay, now we're going to be like, okay, this guy's fucking goofy. You know what I mean? Yeah. Now what we can do is we can use it as a teachable moment for other brothers, and it's like, this is why we tell you guys keep a low profile, not because we don't want you to have fun, but because we don't want you to attract negative attention.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's no different than how a lot of safety standards that a lot of blue collar workers adhere to come from the mistakes that other workers have made that have cost them serious injuries or even their lives.
It's called
it's the same principle.
It's called tombstone progress, right? As people experiment and go
Right.
out here and in the world and report back, you learn, right? It's only been a couple years, dude.
And you got to realize this, right? What those guys on that video, on that
Yeah.
live doing, was basically high tier dick policing. And if a guy tricks, that's his business. When women go around and say, I'm going to have a hot girl summer, not a goddamn word said. If the guy goes out, and this is, we don't have to, trust me. I live in Baltimore. I don't have to go overseas to get robbed. Okay?
That's
It's certain things that most black men have enough emotional intelligence and situational awareness for that shit not to happen. Hell, you don't have any more higher levels of that shit unless it's from black men. Our nigga senses tingle like Peter Parker's.
you know the most dangerous places in the world, places where black people do not go. There's the most dangerous cities in the world are in Mexico, okay, which black people do not go, okay, because they are dangerous, okay.
Mhm.
If they're that dangerous where you're going to get killed or robbed or disappeared, niggas will stop going.
Mhm.
So, BGS, I want to talk about when you said that why the white guys getting passes while brothers don't.
Yes.
Well, one is because the white guys are more discreet about how they move, and when they do things, they understand it's like business, So a fair exchange is no robbery. But it's like, for example, I
Mhm.
seen Instagram short. No, it was a Facebook reel. No, a YouTube reel. Sorry,
Mhm.
and like this dude was filming this um Dominican chick, and she was assaulting him because essentially he was trying to rip her off, and it's like that's the same type of behavior you would see happening in America. So like if white guys if they're bumping their heads, it's not being publicized, like on
It's been publicized. It's been publicized. I've
Oh
now,
seen
yeah.
it.
here's the deal.
I've seen it.
From what I've seen, they're them bumping their heads end up in them getting deleted, right? So
Mhm.
they slip up, you know what I'm saying? So they get
Mhm.
licked. But
Mhm.
what I'm talking about is the brothers going over there and conducting the same type of foolishness that they would be conducting in the
They're
United
human. They're
States.
I
human.
want to say this though. I
Hold
wanted
on,
to.
hold on, but hold your point. Shout out to Dapper Dan for the $10 holla. Don't beat him, just meet him.
How do you think? I mean, if you can, hell, they do whole documentaries on white guys going over to Gambia or Mombasa on the continent of the Philippines. I could pull up years and years and years ago about white guys going there tricking with lady boys and shit like that and getting robbed and all kinds of stuff. It's been there. But the thing is, our women bring more attention to it. That's all.
Hmm.
That's
and,
all.
and, and, and,
So white, so
like
white
women
men
do get called out on their stuff, because I remember in Ghana those females, they were twerking on that slave castle, and
Mhm.
that raised a firestorm on social media. So they do get called out on a lot of their foolishness. Now the sexual misconduct, that's a different story. We don't hear a lot about that information.
They did. Okay. The thing is that because we're black, we don't find this stuff, right? They've been taught about white women and black and white guys going to Gambia, in fact, there was just another article in Gambia about prostitution in Gambia and prostitution in Mombasa, right? Um,
Mhm.
there's tons of this stuff. This going back 10, 15. In fact, they did a whole Saturday Night Live special on Mombasa and Gambia. Okay, I mean, skit on that, how white women go to trick, in Mombasa. Okay, with black guys. Okay, it's been there with things they're not. Well, white women are not allowed about it like black women are. Okay.
That's my point. That's what I'm saying. Like, I have no problem with you going over there doing your business.
Mhm.
Like I go back to the example that I gave. The person that I was consulting with, he was getting all that type of preferential treatment off of the strength of he might make her the one. That's the type of BS that gives us a bad name in Africa. And in Africa, it's a different animal. It's different than any of these other continents. You know what I'm saying? Because
And O'Shea busted out them black women and said, how can this one white guy go through 800 people, 800 women in Uganda?
Just like you said, we always expose our business so damn much. Like it's almost showing our fuckery like it's like the norm. It's like a rite of passage in a way.
My dude, we just had time out. We just had Shanquella Robinson get her spleen shattered in Mexico. You got what's her name, the basketball player Brittany Griner out here going to Russia out of all places and bringing weed. You got the woman in Dubai that was arguing with the police, which you're not supposed. You can't even raise your voice in Dubai and Qatar. So, bro, when we talk about people showing their ass, trust me, brothers know not to show their ass because they know there's no one that's gonna back them.
Well, unfortunately, they're doing it. That's the whole point.
Yeah, they're still doing it though.
Let me say this.
Okay. The thing is that the thing is, I could tell from the very beginning because I know the guy that actually came up with hashtag passport bros, right? This didn't blow up until 2021, okay? Because of remote work. I remember all this stuff because I was actually tracking all this kind of stuff. The women actually blew this stuff up. We didn't. We didn't blow up the site. Women did. Black women didn't want passport bros going overseas, okay?
Yeah, man. Shout out to King Singler. Yeah.
They actually blew up the spot, okay? We didn't. They were loud. Whereas the white women didn't say shit. What black women don't want you to leave. That's how come this actually going against you. They're the ones making all these TikToks. And guess what the brothers did? They all made money from it, okay?
Yeah.
It wasn't us that did it. It was the women that did it.
BGS, I mean, I don't know if you remember the brother LG when he started doing it. Yeah. You had 3 of them. And I remember when the first one came out, Black Sisters was and then when he went to the second one, he really showed how fly overseas. You know, obviously the brother speaks Brazilian Portuguese and all that. Man, them black chicks was like, oh, now they're hoes and blah blah. And as B just said, when COVID popped off, now they really hurt. They really crying.
Yeah, and guess what? Colombia did, because a lot of this stuff is, I was telling the guys back then, Colombia is a former narco state, right? So you have to be careful. Everybody's been telling them that, right? But thing is, guess what Colombia did? Okay, y'all want hoes? We got 3 flights a day at $300 per pop, right? To fly down there and have a good time, spend your money down in Colombia, right? They're actually advertising for these goddamn guys and supplying them with the women. Guess what? When they don't want it to happen, guess what they're going to do? They're going to shut it down. How come they don't? They're actually advertising for the same thing for the DR. Okay, when people what is it? Expats get killed over in DR, they started shutting shit down because they're gonna fuck up.
They do. They do.
They want you to come down there and trick. They want you to come down and spend your money. They push the girls towards you. Okay, it's called business. Same thing in Gambia. Same thing in Kenya and in Mombasa. Same thing in Thailand. You can't shut that shit down. Okay, because there's too much money in it. And the white guys been doing this way before we have. Go ahead.
BJs, I was gonna say, remember when Big Papi got shot in DR, right?
Yes.
And that was over a chick. He was messing with a narcos chicks. I had a couple of Dominican dudes I'm real tight that know that aspect of that life. And then when that popped off, man, DR literally let the feds come through and snatch a bunch of them narcos dudes, and then went back to business.
Went back to business. It's a business, and the thing is, it's arbitrage of dollars, right? They bring in American dollars because they need dollars. Same thing with Brazil. When that chick went off on Austin Hollerman, and all of a sudden they're gonna crack down on all the other folks going on doing their business. Okay, Brazil came and shut all that shit down, man, because it's money. Okay, I'm not saying that brothers should go over there and be knuckleheads. Okay, they shouldn't. But the thing is, why are we imposing more strict rules on brothers, okay, and not everybody else, okay?
Yes,
if you're gonna stop it, stop it across the board, okay?
Because them white boys be wilding.
Yeah, they do. But the thing is, the white women don't say. White women are starting to say shit, okay? They're starting to. They didn't before, but now they're starting to say they have the same complaints.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but and when, to be fair, when we talking about the white women that was running through the western coast of Africa, those were mostly European women that was going down there getting those beach boys and things of that nature. Because I've seen one of those documentaries. Okay. But ultimately, the European women and the white and European men, they're on the same thing. It's like their own code when they go overseas. You know, but over there, but the sisters, they're not on that type of energy. Like it's kind of like a mixed bag because the women are not discreet and some of the guys are not discreet as far as how they move, and that's the problem because
what I'm saying, if you guys really want to police this, right? Okay, y'all not doing a good enough job of schooling these kids. Okay, you're not. You don't have TikToks. You don't actually. You're not going on the ground filming this stuff, the good and the bad. Okay, you're not.
Yeah.
You're telling the good. You're telling the good parts about it. Go do this. You're gonna find this woman here. Go find this woman there. You're not telling the whole story. Tell the whole story if that's what you want.
It's up to them to listen. That's the whole point, also too.
I'm saying this though. I'm being honest.
Exposing all that to the videos I seen. They expose that also too. They want them. It's up to these dudes to listen also too.
Who's telling them though?
The experienced passport bros.
You got Andre.
Some passport bros that's calling out other passport bros for doing this, and they tried to warn. I seen video of what's his name, Master Teacher. I think he changed his name now.
I follow him all the time. Yeah. Andre was just on my channel, okay, along with Theo, along with Passport OG, along with a whole bunch of other people. I've been following these guys for years, right? They're not doing a good enough job telling the whole story, okay? They're not.
Oh, and they're not doing a good enough job from your point of view.
From
from your point of view. I'm glad you admit that. Your point of view.
They're not telling the whole story.
From your point of view.
No, it doesn't matter. It
does matter. Maybe to you.
To me, okay.
I want to travel and I want to speak to Master Teacher, whatever the name is. He probably speak to me one-on-one and will give me the nitty-gritty.
Why don't they?
I want to speak it online, but he probably will give me the nitty-gritty if he wants to speak to me one-on-one.
So why don't they?
I would take it. So that's also up to the people that want to travel to do more research on it.
Let him get it out. Let him get it out.
Yeah.
Hold on. I was about to say, I actually did watch some videos here from Passport OG where he does say, he does talk about, if you're going to move to a place like Japan or whatnot, or you're going to move to, a lot of these other places, you have to accept the fact that some parts of your culture you're just going to have to let go. You know what I mean? So he does actually talk about that. So
the majority, and I watch these guys all the time, right? Including
they don't, bro.
They don't. Okay.
They don't. I'm an avid traveler.
Hold on. Okay. Talk about learning language, getting outside the major tourist spots. Okay? Yeah. They talk about learning the culture, being there for 2 or 3 years instead of a couple of weeks. You can't learn the culture in 2 weeks.
You can't.
All you can do is trick. Okay. If all you got is a weekend or a week or 2 weeks, you're a tourist. You're not a passport bro. Okay.
Yep.
Those are different. Those are two different sets of people. Okay.
Drastically.
Okay. If I got 2 weeks, if I wanted to get with girls in 2 weeks, I'm going to DR. I'm paying.
Yeah,
I don't have time to get to know anybody. Okay. But be honest about it.
There's a big.
I just want to say this. A lot of brothers, fortunately, I hate to say this, they are not gonna go to Japan. Japan is a 17-hour flight. Guys, and my thing is there's 2 things to this. A lot of the guys that are claiming to be passport bros are not passport bros. A lot of these dudes haven't even left their city, right? Like I'm literally going. Every other month I'm going out of state. Every other 3 months I'm going out the country. A lot of these dudes, if you talk to them, especially in the discourse and in the chats, to them the idea, the concept of traveling, like for example, to go to like Europe, like to go to Paris or Berlin, is between 10 to 12 hours. A lot of dudes don't want to do that. To be on a flight for 8 to 10 hours straight. A lot of possible that goes on. A lot of
but label yourself a traveler though instead of a passport bro.
What do you say?
Wouldn't you label yourself as a traveler?
Yeah, you're not a passport, bro.
A vacationer?
Yeah, vacationer. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Let me tell you this: that most
passport bros travel for women. You sound like you're not traveling for women. You're traveling for the culture.
The passport bros is originally founded was more than that. It's about the experience. It wasn't about just women. Okay. Talk to the guy that came up with it.
When I left, when I finished high school. I went to another country for like 2 months straight. I was like, 18, 19. So my whole and my parents are immigrants, so my whole concept of traveling is way different from like the average brother. And that's not to take it a knock against them, but a lot of dudes do not want to travel. Like I've been to Germany. I'm going to Netherlands again. Like a lot of dudes are not going to. It's going to be a culture shock, and I want people to look up what culture shock really is. And a lot of brothers are afraid to move out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, but I don't think
looking up culture shock and going through it are two different things.
Different things, bro. I think that's where you're misaligning it. I think the conceptual idea, as BGS said, there's a difference between a traveler and a passport, bro.
A passport, bro. Yeah.
The thing is, brothers, I'm glad that this is being publicly discussed, because most brothers, to be honest with you, if we didn't have YouTube or spaces where we have this discussion, 95% of brothers would be stuck in the States. Won't even consider it. The fact that brothers are considering the travel, many still haven't found the funds or whatever XY, but at least they have reflections of other brothers who are like, yo, this is what's going down, this is how it is. And the fact that they want to experience it, I mean, I agree with BGS, man. Brothers need to enjoy. Some niggas is gonna be tricking, some niggas gonna take a hit, gonna bump in head, and some niggas may change their life. But the fact that brothers are looking at alternatives and saying, you know what, I can see BGS, Faulkner, they went out the country. You, Aza, you went out the country. You know what I'm saying? I could do it. I think that's the most important thing.
Like I was thinking of maybe starting a little travel channel when I go, because I'll be what was that? I said I was going to be going to Europe in April, and I was thinking I should just show them how to. Because I'll give you a prime example. In Germany, you have certain parts of Europe, you have to pay to use the bathroom, or if you're going to use it, you have to tip. A lot of brothers are not going to be used to that. They're going to people going to look at them strange. In Germany, you can't just jaywalk across the street. Like people will literally. Now, I'll give you a prime example. Like you'll jaywalk across the street, and a white person will come back and try to push you back. Like, hold on.
Yeah.
There'll be somebody that might take it the wrong way of saying, "Oh, this person, these white people are trying to control me. They're trying to show me up a whoop-de-whoop, right?"
Yeah.
And even from the point of like, even in places like France, like you don't tip. The tip is usually included in the meal, and when let's say you ask for something, they're not going to be the most ingratiating, if that's if I can use that word. They're not going to be the most embracing, and it's going to come across as though they're rude or they're cold or whatnot. But it's no part of the culture.
Yeah, but you have to get enough people that actually go over there and actually come back and report. Okay?
Yes.
Also, I want to say
hold on. One or two people are not going to do that.
Yes.
Right? It's going to take enough people. Okay, well, go ahead.
Yeah.
No,
I was gonna say a lot
of people disagree a certain percentage. They are reporting. They just don't want to listen. That's the whole thing.
No. I mean, let me say that a lot of brothers.
I want to go to Japan someday also too. I listen to a woman from Japan. How certain cultures is. So I want to learn certain things. So when I travel out there one day, I know how to act.
Passport OG has been living there for 20 years. Okay.
Let me tell you, Mel.
Passport OG has been living there for 20 years. Okay, in Japan, right? You got Andre. Andre's been living there for. He's got a family there for the last 15. Okay, you got people there. Okay.
Okay. Let me tell you. I'll look these brothers up and get some tips from them.
First, if you were to go to Japan, you have to use your inside voice, because if you were not, I'm not saying you're like this all the time, but if you were to raise your voice, random, they will literally ostracize you. Like it's
I'm gonna just be honest with you, Mel. You're a very energetic brother. We love that about you. But you remind me of my boy Ali, who's on the phone actually. He has you have a naturally loud voice, so you're gonna have to talk a little lower than normal, because your voice is like the goddamn banshee. It will knock down walls, seismic. It's like goddamn. And we understand.
I got comments, but I will try. But
at least try to work on it, please. Like, come on, they say dead ass, son. But
man, I got about 15 guys out that are my subs, that are the passport bros, that in Uganda, in South Africa, in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Latin America. We got in Asia. Okay, got tons of people out. Okay, and report back. Okay, I've been listening to Johnny Mueller called the Expat Files for the last 20 years. Right, he's in Latin America, from soup to nuts. He can tell you how to live there, live the expat lifestyle. Okay, I've been doing this for a long time, man. This is new to people.
And BGS, to piggyback on what you're saying, there's a
Mhm.
lot of brothers who are just not on the public side, on the public view.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a lot of military boys, man, who are in special units or whatever, and they tell you, like you said, they give you the real deal behind closed doors.
I know.
You
I appreciate that, man. But the thing is that I know I get a lot of heat, man. But the thing is that, you know, at my age, when I'm getting kind of tired, man, because my track record is 10 years is 10 years old, man. If I was
Yeah.
wrong, Charles will tell you. If I was full of shit, he told me a long time ago. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think
And being in the military is not the same as going out there on your own without being tethered to Uncle Sam. Okay, it's a whole different story. Okay.
BGS, just to finish on this note, I got one of my partners, man, my riding partner. He used to ride motorcycles and stuff, and my man just left about a year ago. Took his little what do you call them, little tour bikes.
Yeah.
And listen, man, that motherfucker has been to like 30 countries on a backpack.
Yeah, on the backpack.
And with a little touring bike, just doing all, you know what I'm saying, and meeting a bunch of whole people. And I'm looking at, I'm like, you a crazy motherfucker, but I respect it, right?
No, they've been doing that they've been backpacking for 100 years, man. The thing is,
that's what I'm saying.
The thing is, most people have to learn to be uncomfortable. Okay.
Thank you.
You can't take your American lifestyle with you. Willing to be uncomfortable, it's not that hard. Okay.
And I'm glad
Americans are very insulated. I mean, if I give you a prime example, I live in New York, and Mel's from New York too. You see how people are on the train talking loud, this, that, and the third.
Yeah.
You cannot do that in Japan. They will look at you weird.
Japan that's a cultural thing, man. Like you talking about New York's a fast-paced. You know, you're talking about fast-paced versus other parts of the country. You would never see that. But
you talk that loud on the train in LA, they'll look at you weird. Okay.
Yeah, like that's not just
and that's just here.
Yeah.
And not just there, you know.
And I think that's one of the things brothers I think they should work on is just seeing other aspects, not only around the world, but different parts of the country. You got brothers who ain't even been to like parts in the United States, and just to get a better understanding of how things move, right? Culturally, the way women respond, X, Y, like you can't. Some of the stuff, like being on the East Coast, I know some of that shit ain't gonna fly down south.
No, it won't. Yeah.
No, it won't. Not yet. Some basic structures, yes, but most of the other, nah. In a different neighborhood.
You know what the big thing is, because my son and his friends date Latinas, right? So family functions is like half Latina, half black, right? You can see the divide between how they act, how their women act, and how our women act. You can see it, and that's here. That's in the United States, okay? You can see how culture affects women, okay? So what they're saying, a woman is a woman is a woman, is bullshit, okay?
I mean, it just goes back to what we were saying about
hold on for a second. I like to give out a few shout outs. Dapper. Dapper, thanks for the $10 holla. This is for you. Talk to him, Mike.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond. Plus.
And last but not least, for Dre, thanks for the $20 skit. Talk to him, Bria Miles.
Woo!
Hey, can I say something about the South?
Go ahead.
I lived in North Carolina for 5 years. In North Carolina, I was considered uppity because I always would knock on your door before I came in your house. They hated that shit. People hated having to get up and come open the door for me. They just cussed me out. Why you ain't just walk in?
You know the weirdest thing, man, because my folks are from Shreveport, Louisiana. We used to do that, just walk in, my aunt's house or my grandma's house or my cousin's house, right? And I think it was in the mid '80s, where I went and the doors were locked, right? That's why. It's because they exported the gang members from LA back to Louisiana. Okay, couldn't do that shit no more. Okay, you learn.
Wow.
There's a reason you lock doors. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, and there's a reason why you knock.
There's a reason why you knock.
Because
There's a reason cops have a certain knock.
Yeah,
it's like they're not used to snow down there. It's like
you don't have cars. Guess what? The cops don't shoot cars; they shoot niggas. So shit. Like I don't want to be shot. First rule when I train people in firearms training: don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. But you got to understand, like when you're traveling, this is the reason why a good amount of military personnel end up in the brig. Because of stupid shit of behavior. I get that. You're gonna have it's no matter what profession you're gonna have stupid motherfuckers. You just are. It's the way of the world, Like that song that everybody thinks is Hearts of Fire, from Earth, Wind and Fire. But it's the fact of the matter is that there's always has to be a cap on a black man's behavior.
Yeah.
And we know this because when you look at the video, they're trying to blame him like he's some social outcast. Most women would find, Anton attractive. So
Anton Daniels?
Yeah, but Austin. I'm talking about Austin.
Excuse me, Austin. I didn't know what the fuck.
You talking about that dude?
Not that dude. That dude had it.
No, they'd find there's some places they will find him attractive.
Yeah, everybody's
got attractive trick.
The craziest part about it is, these dating coaches are like Instagram models. They all have a look.
Yeah,
they got to be the cool guy in the back in the shades and talk certain vernacular, spectacular, and it's and you got to understand this shit. Look, we scrutinize hard in the black community, and we know this. We truly do know this, and there's a lot of women. Like I asked this question when I was doing the interviews. And I told the women, like, why don't you pick these guys? These guys, you don't have to worry about them going to jail. They make good money. They're well trained. They can protect you. They can provide. Why'd you pick the drug dealers? And they all got quiet.
Okay.
And
they don't want to tell the truth, huh?
Exactly.
What is the truth?
Drug dealers have disposable cash and disposable time.
No.
But let's stop lying, man. I mean, come on, man. I'm in Baltimore, man. This ain't 1985 crack era no more, man. These dudes ain't making no fucking money like that for real.
Let me put it to you this way, every black man.
Make these females feel a certain way. That's why they gravitate towards them.
Every black man. Let me ask you this question: Do women go off of logic?
No, not at all.
Exactly.
Exactly. They go off of their emotions. How that man makes them feel, Charles.
So why did they make?
What is the image of a drug dealer?
The perception of a drug dealer is that he got disposable cash laying around. That's not the reality.
Wait a minute. Stop the motherfucking presses. Goddamn. Stop the goddamn presses. Shout out to my boy, MS Delta guy, for the $50 holler. Oh, we getting 2-3 miles in a whoa.
He get his liquor tonight.
Oh, the cognac is gonna be flowing tonight. The cognac flowing. This is you, man. Woo!
Wait a minute. We got to do that one more time. Because he paid twice because the ass is so nice. Woo!
Woo!
You got to remember. You got to remember. I was around for the changeover, right? When the suited and booted guy with shirt and tie and the corporate job was a king, okay, versus the drug dealer. What changed? Okay, I saw the change. I was there for the change. I saw the switch over, so I know what was before and what came after.
Okay, so what did the drug dealer do to make the woman gravitate towards them?
They're
It's
exposable.
not what you think it is.
Okay.
I want to hear your answer.
It's called disposable cash.
No.
Can I finish? How do you know, man?
I do know.
I dated the chicks that the drug dealers left. Okay, that's what they told me.
Because the reality, you made that woman feel a certain way. That's why she left.
Mel. You can rebuttal. Hey, Mel, you can make a rebuttal, but let him finish his thought.
Okay, so why didn't they pick those guys before? Because they were around. How come they didn't pick them before? Drug dealers were around, and thugs were around, and scammers were around. How come they actually pick them before? What was the reason? What changed?
Because now they started learning game how to get into a woman's mind. Period. You should know that, being that you saw experience and everything.
Okay, Mel.
Do you know how to smooth talk a woman through her mind?
Okay.
You know how to fuck a woman's mind before you fuck a pussy?
Damn, we sound like ARC Jr. right now.
Exactly. That's my hero. That's where I learned my game from.
ARC
That's
was
how
not,
I work.
ARC
work
was
all the time.
ARC was not a drug dealer or a scammer.
Exactly.
ARC was a college boy.
He was a college boy.
He made himself. But he knew how to sweet talk women, dirty talking to the same mind. He had multiple phone sessions with them.
Dog, when you got money, when you got disposable cash, you don't have to do all that sweet talk shit.
They didn't.
That's why the drug dealer was so popular in the 80s and the 90s. What I'm saying is that here in the 21st century, the drug game is not what it used to be. So these bras are they just lying when they talk about money and all this shit, man. Because these dudes ain't even getting it like that no more. They're just lying to you now.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna hold on for a second, fellas. Hold on.
All right, man. I'm causing a disruption on the panel. Let me go, man.
Hold on. Well, everybody can stay. We're just gonna.
I'm getting a headache, man, because all this stuff. I'm getting a headache. Okay, so you guys can have a good night, man.
And BGS, come on, man.
I say what?
Nah, come on, you gotta stay on the pen, man. You were giving good.
What I'm saying is, man, I don't want. I just did an hour and a half, man. I did a 6-hour panel yesterday, man. I don't need to be screaming in my ear. Okay.
Mel, you gotta chill, man. Take a chill pill, bro.
I just talked to these chicks. Go see what they said. Why did they pick a scammer and a drug dealer, right? Even today. Why they pick these people, right? Disposable cash and time, okay?
Did you ask them who did they fuck more times also too?
They fucked the guys that were actually giving them.
Was they generally into the drug dealers?
All right, man.
Exactly.
Go ahead and finish, man. Go ahead and finish, man.
No, I'm asking you, who did they fuck more times?
You're gonna
and went to who they want to spend money on?
You do realize, BGS, did you say you used to live near Freeway, Ricky? You say
6 blocks. Yeah. 6 blocks.
So, come on, I think he might have a better understanding of it.
I've had in the 80s and 90s, I've had 5 women that dated drug dealers. I had 3 of them had babies by drug dealers. Okay. Why did you date this dude? Okay. And the reason that they dated these dudes had not changed. Okay. It's the same shit. They've been sold the same dream. They believe that the rapper, a drug dealer, and a scammer, right, have disposable cash and money. It has nothing to do with
BGS, come on for introduction.
All right.
BGS.
They manipulate.
You're right, Mel.
Mel, I got a
Thank you.
Hold on. Hold on. God damn. We're not going to be doing this argument shit unless it's to a point. I'm going to explain this, right? Because I'm a child of the 80s and a teenager of the 90s. Most drug dealers you talk to, because guess what? One of the biggest drug hubs was Baltimore, right?
Oh yeah.
Right. So here's the deal. Most drug dealers do not have game.
They don't.
They don't.
They don't.
They don't. You know the nigga who got game is the nigga who actually could get bitches to do shit for him and not pay out of pocket. Here's the reason why. Please, man, let me finish.
Sorry, Charles.
Appreciate you. I know you're excited, brother. Yeah, we were that close. I know we were that close to getting to the Super Bowl. I know next year. But the point being is this. Okay. The point being is this. Most drug dealers don't have game. It's an image thing. Even today, you don't make as much money off the drug trade because one, a lot of the drugs you get, like marijuana, is legal now in a lot of states. Two, there was such a hard crackdown in the 90s that you literally got life fucking sentences for RICOs and kingpin charges. So now, when you look at the rappers and shit, everybody sold a drug, everybody sold a pack, everybody did this. It's called, you have a bastardized image of masculinity. You have the image of disposable income.
Yep.
It's not, in a woman's mind, what you make her feel is reality. That's why you got guys who mess with big chicks. Oh, she bad. Where? Women love to hear the lies that they want to hear, that they want told to them the most.
That's
true. Game 101. Women, a lot of it takes a very special lady and a very exciting girl to take the truth.
Charles, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
What's that skit with Charles Baldwin with that light-skinned sister? What did she say?
No, the one of which one?
The one where she says, you can lie to me. Remember that skit?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So
that was Nicky Giovanni.
Thank you. Right? So the fact that again, Mel, we both from the East Coast, man.
Oh, come back up. I don't know how you got bumped up, man. I don't know how you got bumped up, but come back up if you got bumped up. I don't know how you got bumped up. Oh, the Ravens and the Chiefs. That's actually a pretty cool design, though. But you got to remember that you got to remember that a lot of women out there date these type of guys. Why? Because those guys have the so-called edge. Think about this. I've been in rooms with people who were drug dealers, and they would brag about the alleged crazy shit they did. And we're sitting at this bar, and they're like, "What do you do?" "I'm a cop." "For real?" "Yeah." You ain't nervous about sitting with us?" "Nigga, I'm off, and I'm drinking." They were like, "What did you do that was exciting?" "I kicked indoors 3 o'clock in the morning in Iraq to capture insurgents and terrorists." Did you know during that conversation, I had hardcore drug dealers feeding off of every word of what I did? They were like, "Yo, you really did that shit, yo. That was some dangerous shit."
Seen this crap before, man. Like, telling him, man.
And what happened?
I've seen this all my life from chicks, yo. They sit up here and take care of grown ass men.
Yeah. And think about this, right? To add to your point, how many of these chicks will take care of guys?
So I'm you know what I mean? I'm not. I'm skeptical.
Can you hear us?
As you can probably tell, I'm skeptical. In fact,
hey, Angry, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So when a lot of these guys who have the image, it's like, for example, when you're drawing a superhero character, What is the features to make him look super? How you gonna illustrate that character?
His physique.
How? Explain.
Enlarge everything in terms of muscle mass, density, the aesthetics, make everything supersized.
He's gonna look. You're gonna draw a normal person, a size differential than another person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Than a normal person. So, what's the aesthetics of a person who's a drug dealer? They're gonna look like the Hood Fabulous nigga.
I mean, Charles, remember back in the 80s and 90s, right? What made clubs popping was the amount of money and tricking and being tossed in the fucking air.
Mm-hmm.
That alone was our version of Hollywood for a lot of black chicks. Right? And most of them niggas if you took them niggas out of that environment, they're not really running up on chicks like, hey, what up, how you doing? They're not doing that.
Nah.
That shit was always concentrated into a particular area. That's why I'm like, I have to get pushback on you, Mel, because a lot of these niggas that was throwing money like that, just like Freaknik is a perfect example. Bitches knew what time it is.
Freaknik was one of those things where a woman can be in her dark side and never have to be put out for it.
And in the new style Freaknik now is Mocha Fest. I've been to 3 or 3.
Well, it's Mocha Fest and it's Instagram.
Yeah. I mean, I've been to Beardham events. I plan on going back this year.
And ski trip. Don't forget.
Exactly.
Don't forget this year everybody come to BlairCon and you'll see why.
Oh, exactly. You know what? BlairCon, even Comic Con.
Oh yeah.
We dress up in cosplay.
Them chicks cosplay, they bring out a different. It was one chick, she was joking with me because we were doing security. I should have got her number and I should have fucked with her the whole time. She was built like my daddy's F-250, forward tough. God damn, ass came out of nowhere. Like, pow. Ass was so fat, it had a sound effect like the Batman show. Pow.
So you regretting it, man?
A little bit. I'll see you again.
I'm gonna make sure I'll be at BlairCon with you.
But you got to think about it. It's the image. A woman never wants you to call her a whore, but secretly she wants to be one.
Yeah.
Of course. That's all women.
That's the same thing about the drug dealer image.
That's the same, yes. That's what I'm saying. I agree with BGS what he's saying, man. Oh man, I did a beta test one time, Charles. I was like, yo, cuz. I'm gonna act like a drug dealer, right? My cousin had like 2 chicks. One was a lawyer, another one was a teacher. I switched the whole like just the facade. So Shorty come up to me, she goes, "What happened to you? Why you so quiet?" I said, "Yo, I'll be real with you, man. I just got out. I just did 5 years." The bitch was already like, "Oh, word, what you want to drink? What's going on?"
Pussy wet.
Pussy wet, man.
Do you understand that concept, the whole thing, James? Because as much as you was trying to push me back, I think I'm gonna break it down so you can really fully understand.
No, you're not hearing me.
No, I'm hearing you. But I'm trying to break it down to you.
Hold on. Just after he finishes thought.
Let me finish my statement.
Hold on. Let him finish. Then you got it after him, Mel.
The fact that I actually basically was an actor, literally an actor. The bitch bit the bullet. Didn't ask me no questions, nothing that. Just word. All she heard was like, and the number one thing she said, "What you do time for?" I said, "I called a body." The bitch was already pussy wet. And I'm sitting looking at this. I'm like, bitch, this bitch is a straight attorney. Really about to holler at me. Don't know nothing about what type of activity I'm in, right? And my cousin is laughing through the whole time because my cousin has a PhD, and he's like, "Damn, these bitches is really lost out here."
Mm-hmm.
They will believe hook, line, and sinker. Period. So it don't even matter. You don't even have to be a drug. You could just lie to a bitch. That's the number one thing. All you gotta do is lie. Most niggas don't lie for some pussy.
Yeah. That's my whole point. You made that woman feel a certain way, and there's multiple ways you can make a woman feel about you. You just said one of the things yourself. You just said one of the things yourself.
No.
You pretended to be. Hold on, let me finish.
Hold on, let me.
No. Let me finish.
Hold on. Let Mel finish, then you can rebut.
Okay.
Yeah, you just said it yourself. What you just described. Y'all remember that movie? And they did a remake of it also too. Can't Buy Me Love. Love Don't Cost a Thing. Concept. A nerd paid a hot chick to pretend to be his girlfriend to look cool. He looked cool a certain way, got his dress up, new makeover, and he had chicks all over him, pretending to be something that he was not. But the reality fact is, the main point is, they was feeling a certain way when they see him look a certain way. That's what you did, James. You can make you make them feel a certain way by how you look, how you act, how you even dress. They felt something about you. They react on their feelings.
Mel, let's keep it a buck. Niggas don't like scammers. Bitches do. Right? At the end of the day. No. Let me finish.
They go feel a certain way. That's the point.
Bell, let me finish my point. I can't make you feel a certain way. That's how you already implant that shit in your mind. That shit been there.
That's the point.
That has nothing to do with me because I could have been
Even if it was not for you, that's how they feel. That's what dudes they feel about. That's the point I'm making. They react on their feeling. So if they feel those type of dudes and they think you're that type of dude, they turned on to you about that.
Okay,
that's how these chicks make. That's how they feel about certain dudes. They like that type of dude. Certain females gonna like certain dudes. No matter what. You just gotta accept that. So if they like scandalous dudes and everything, oh well, that's on them.
Now your rebuttal.
So, at the end of the day, what I'm trying to point out is that's the choice they chose because that's what they wanted all along. That has nothing to do with the fact that at the end of the day that I lied. I literally lied. Most of these bitches out here are confused and lost. It's just like when especially working in the prison system. You got niggas out here who have fake accounts, got bitches who are doctors, lawyers, don't give them money in their canteen, having like $3,000 in their canteen. Nigga in there for like 3 bodies, crazy narco charge, and got these bitches be like, oh, I'm gonna get out, I'm gonna take care, we gonna live on the future. And I think Black Ram posted it. A woman finally said, you bitches is crazy.
Yeah, I seen that.
You know what I'm saying? Like this is the thing. It's one thing, it's like going to war. It's one thing when you know the nation's under attack. People are like, we gotta get busy. It's another thing to lie. Because after a while, you gotta ask yourself, how much more you gonna keep dealing with this shit? Because the consequences are dire.
And that's another thing that as much as y'all want to push back on certain dating coaches, I give Lucario credit. I definitely get ARC credit. When dudes lie so much to get women to what they want, my point of view, you give a woman power of doing that. 2, when it backfires, because I even recently saw a video of they just passed a law in India. You lied to a chick to get sex, making a promise, you going to jail. So we hear all these stories of dudes getting women, but they lie, manipulate, get them about that, and then it backfires. And you think I'm supposed to feel sorry for these dudes?
I don't even think it's the dudes, fam, because bitches love lies.
Yeah.
Secondly, a lot of people
to get pussy, or
no, I don't do it. But I'm just being
honest. Most men do.
Most dudes gonna lie, and then they backfire.
I'm saying
I don't choose
most
that
women.
Route. Some guys like myself don't choose that route because I don't want.
All right, let him finish. Let him finish. He gonna keep talking. Let him finish.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Keep going.
I don't want the ramifications of that. I see the negative effect of dudes lying to chicks all my life, and I always question, why don't you just be straight up with her with your attention? Why don't you just be honest? Why don't you just be single?
Well,
these dudes buck up and cave and act like submissive, feminine dudes on the woman that they cheated on, lying, crying, whining, and I'm supposed to be feeling sorry for these dudes. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, yo. And then
you put a clock around Mel's neck.
Keep going, Mel. Keep going. Get it all out.
I wonder if y'all do this.
No, get it out. Get it out.
Exactly. I wonder if I do this to Edward also too.
We do.
Thank you.
We do.
All right. No, I'm glad.
Is he done?
I don't usually do this for years.
We do.
This is therapeutic for Mel. Y'all gotta stand that.
Therapeutic.
Now go ahead.
But understand here.
Shout out to Black Ram 3.
Because this is therapeutic, man.
Oh, man. But you got to remember this, right? When I notice about women want the fantasy.
Hell yeah.
Women want the imagery. Mm-hmm. See, women would rather take the title of executive director and only make $50,000 than to make $200,000 to clean a sewer.
Let me ask you a question, Charles. Okay, all these dudes have been in the pen, man. How many have families and kids and being taken care of by women?
Shit.
How many of them have families?
Percentages, as a percentage.
Man, listen.
I'd say about 60 to 70%.
Most prisoners come out and they're homeless. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Hey,
They
most
can't
of
read.
you saying that takes care of them or families back
No,
home.
no. In other words, most prisoners that come out, and that's the
Yeah,
problem. They're all actually homeless or near homeless. Okay.
Yeah, echo.
So, if somebody just came on and got noise.
Yeah, I got it. I think I got it.
No, what I'm saying is because in California we do these studies all the time, man. We have prisoner projects to get actually house prisoners. So if they're the aesthetic, and just because you went in there and got bodies, how come you're not taken care of? How come you're on the street? Good grief.
Everybody's muted up though.
Is it me?
I think it could be. Well, it's not me. Smitty.
No, it's
I was
gone
on
now.
mute, bro.
It's gone now.
That was BGS the whole time when
Was
all
it
of us
me?
was muted.
No,
No, it wasn't BGS.
Feedback.
that wasn't
Now
BGS.
it's not. It's gone. Yeah.
Whoever dropped off. Somebody dropped off.
Somebody dropped off. Yeah.
Yeah,
Was that
they must have had some
angry
technical
black
issue.
man? Angry black
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, ABM must have had some kind of technical issue, but hey, it is what it is. So tonight's been not a good night. I mean, this happened to Big Kev earlier, so.
But you got to remember, it's like a lot of these chicks do not pay in full to their men who have them a certain lifestyle. Look at Steve Harvey's wife.
Yes.
Dated a really big.
Ooh.
Yeah, and
Please repeat that for the motherfuckers in the back. Please repeat that for the motherfuckers in the back.
You know, Steve Harvey's wife. She married a big time drug dealer.
Two of them.
Two times.
Well, that's the whole theory when I was saying about not here, but I was saying about what was it, Joe Smith that married that former porn star from the 90s, Yasmin Pevis, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I always say that if for some dudes, y'all want to wife up a woman in that industry, you got to replace the lifestyles that she was in before with something more better. Because if you don't, she gonna go right back to what she knows. And that's certainly what happened right there. She expected him to replace the lifestyle that she was in or be a part of it to make it grow. He didn't.
But Mel,
so look what she did.
But Mel, let's keep it real. The nigga was in the league for 15 years. The man made 100-something band, 100 mil.
He was bad with his money also too.
Yeah,
but yeah,
bad with his dick.
Yeah,
exactly.
But at the end of the day, for that 15 or whatever stretch she was with him, that lifestyle was on and popping. It's when the nigga, what happened? Get older, slow down. You got to look at the bigger picture. And matter of fact, I think BGS, we talked about this. My man makes 200 bands just from his NBA pension.
Yeah. You know why she went left? You know, when she finally admitted it, is because he's fucking around with his side chick. That's why.
Oh.
And she's pissed.
With Joe Smith?
Joe Smith, yes. That's
yeah,
why
that too, yeah.
That's the reason she went. That's where she went left. Okay.
Oh, she wanted to get back at him.
I think he said himself, and she said it. He didn't mind her being a porn star and everything, but her stand is like, yo, we ain't making the money like we're supposed to, so I gotta do what I gotta do.
Okay. Everybody's been with a woman, right? I'm assuming, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So if you fuck up, she wants to get back. How would she do it?
Yeah, she gonna
cheat on you with any man.
She's gonna cheat on you with a dude that you know,
or
any relative or best friend.
What was the question?
She's going after your reputation, right? She's doing the
That's
very
it.
thing that you don't like is because she's pissed at you, right? What is it? What's more important to Joe Smith being an ex-NBA player? His reputation. Okay. It ain't about the money. It's about him fucking his other bitch and staying at her house, which she finally brought up. Okay.
You know, a lot of them are gonna get busy, huh? What? Get busy.
Yeah, bitches fucking midgets and all that.
I mean,
you see that shit?
Yep.
What's his name? Baby alien.
Here's a little secret, right?
She want to embarrass him. Yeah.
Here's a little secret,
on
right?
The fan bus.
Here's a little secret. I want everybody to pull their ears close to the speakers. Broken people attract other broken people. I said it. Now that we know this, and no one's half the battle, G.I. Joe, you gotta realize there's a reason why a lot of chicks do what they do. You gotta remember, a lot of chicks who get mad about cheating is not necessarily just a fucking. Okay, I know what you're gonna say. That's crazy. That's crazy, Sergeant Faulkner. Chuck, that's crazy, Charles. Women really care about the resources.
Yeah.
Why do you think they always ask? I bet you bought this bitch a new car. I bet you did this for this bitch. I bet you. Because
Why?
they care about resources first.
Yeah, there's always one chick that's 10 toes down, especially a chick like her, that's a diesel. And what's most important to a chick that's a fucking diesel is their attachment to you. Okay.
Oh yeah, they the
And,
bottom
and that's they will. That's why hoes go out and make money for pimps. Okay. That's exactly why. And she's a diesel. She's attached to him, and he went out and did something she didn't like. That's she's trying to get back at him. Okay.
She's acting up.
That's why the bitch was crying with him, trying to get him back home because he wasn't at home.
She tried to break him.
She tried to break him. Yeah.
Oh, she was like, y'all remember when Ghostface had the song called "Back Like That" with Neo?
Yeah. She even said, "Why don't you bring the bitch into the household?" Okay.
That's a fact. I mean, if you want to deal with other chicks, we should just been in an open relationship. He just admitted to. He didn't want to do that.
She's a hoe. Okay.
Exactly. That's my point.
It's a whole relationship.
She knows the life. She's in that lifestyle also.
No, I'd have to disagree with that.
In other words, if you're gonna do this kind of shit, bring
Communicate.
your sister wife
Thank
under the same roof instead of doing what you're doing. She's pissed at him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is like and the thing is like, you know, if a woman asks for a open relationship, that usually means she's already got a nigga lined up. She's already messing with somebody. She just wants to be out in the open about it. They don't always say that honestly. Big shout out to the, you know, rest in power Patrice for bringing that up, because anytime a woman tells you something, she says she wants this type of relationship. Usually she's been on the sneak doing this.
Yeah.
But her wanting to get back at him like that, it's like what Eddie Murphy said. Women are vindictive. When a woman's not, Ice-T was in line when he said, when a woman ain't happy, when a woman is not happy, she brings nothing but pain to every fucking body around her.
Don't I know?
You know better than any of us.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, Papa, you know better than any of us, man. You know better than any of us.
There's a reason why women are vindictive. There's a reason why they're vindictive, because they can't pick you up. If they could pick you up, they would be the happiest motherfuckers in the world. So,
and the thing is, I remember is and the thing I remember is
someone think they can.
Dante Nero broke it down when he said about, you know, when a woman gets mad at you about cheating, sometimes she's mad at herself. She's like, why wasn't I enough for him? You don't understand why, because men have different reasons why they'll do what they do. Some guys, it's just in their constitution to be around multiple women. Others, they're gonna go to.
But see, Namor, that's the whole point. If you want to do that, just be straight up honest before you get serious with the woman.
Yeah, I know, but
allow her to choose on her own free will to agree with it or not. If that's not part of her style, then just leave her alone.
I get it, no, but the thing is, like, circumstances sometimes dictate certain situations. You know what I'm saying?
Like what? There's no circumstances, nothing. That's
like tradition, like tradition.
Like, number one, right? The biggest factor is biology. You can't fight your biology for so fucking long.
I remember something Patrice said. Patrice said this one thing. I know it's kind of foul what he said. Like, women have periods, right? Men have periods too. You know what a man's period is? It's when he wants to fuck somebody else, but he chooses to stay loyal, and it drives him up a motherfucking wall.
Jesus Christ! Yes, that's absolutely true. That's me.
And
you didn't have to testify. You didn't have to testify on that, ABM. But you understand what I'm trying to say. I mean, let me put it this way: women don't understand men in a certain way.
They don't understand men in a totality of the ways.
Thank you. Okay, as I was saying,
if women actually understood men, they wouldn't get BBLs.
I mean, look at it this way.
Somebody's breathing too close to the mic.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, before I continue, I gotta ask my man here, T-Dot. What part of the GTA you from?
It's GTHA. I'm from
Greater Toronto area. What are we talking about? Scarborough? Edinburgh, North York, or inside
York,
Toronto?
North York, Old Toronto. It's all the same.
I got family in the GTA, so you know, so I know what I'm
Yes.
talking about. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is like Patrice said it best like this. I remember when they were talking about the Tiger Woods thing. When men cheat, women don't understand that it's in our nature to want to fuck multiple women because biology drives us to reproduce with as many females as possible to spread our genes out. Here's the thing about it. When we look at a woman going through her period, that's real for us. When we see her giving birth, that's real for us. When she goes through menopause, that's real for us. We understand that's a part of who they are. One
Sorry
thing
to cut
women
you.
cannot stand, yeah, when women can't stand and they will never and they refuse to understand about men is we're gonna look at other women. I know we're with you, but sometimes I'm gonna look at somebody and say, oh, she's all right. But that doesn't mean anything. Women get insecure when they see us see us with another person. Or sometimes you're gonna see somebody you want to fuck. You're gonna fuck, or if you fuck a woman, it's not because of something you did. It's just that I needed to get this out of my system. This is why, in a relationship, Patrice had this important joke. He has a joke where he said, "Ladies, before you marry the dude, ask him, has he womanized before?" And when he asked, "What do you mean by that?" Have you treated a lot of women a certain way? Have you done all that wild shit? All the things like sow your wild oats, so to speak. If he hasn't, don't marry him. He needs to do all that, get that all out of that system before he's ready for marriage. And for some guys,
Yes,
they're just
yes.
not up for
Nemo,
that.
Yeah, they're
I'm
not.
gonna have to interject a little bit what you were
Bring
saying.
it on.
Do you understand what? Do you understand why women are mad that men cheat?
Yeah, I
ARC
do.
explained this multiple times. I think I might have heard one
Read.
video. Patrice O'Neal said it also too, and you definitely agree with ARC. If you understand the concept of cheating, and most people
Yeah.
don't even understand that part because they focus on the act, one part of the act.
Okay.
Do you understand then what the act is of cheating is?
You're giving another woman your time and attention and other things.
No. The act of cheating
All right.
is when you make that promise to her, I will be monogamous towards you. That's what she's really upset about. You made a promise to her that I
Yeah.
will be faithful.
To only her.
Always, exactly. The
Only
marriage,
her.
I will be only her. You broke that promise.
The minute you
And a
think
lot of ways,
about.
a lot of females do not understand a man's sexual nature. As much as y'all probably might think y'all don't, y'all think
Yeah.
they don't. They do. But the fact is, you made a promise to her. I made a promise to this woman be monogamous towards her. I break that promise.
And if
It's
she
be
were
more strict
to
because other cases when they do
uh-huh.
take the man back after they cheated on them, and
Here's the
they even discuss the reason
here's
why.
the here's the
One of the reasons why I'm about to land the plane. One of the reasons why I heard the story also too when she found her father cheated on her mother and everything, and she wondered why she took him back. They worked things out, and she's actually had to understand it because her mother gave her the most important game. In some cases, like I said, there's no one-way cheating event. One of the cases is that woman withheld sex from her husband because that's how we express our love to a woman is through sex. When we hold it so long like that, the way you do, and she did that to her husband, yeah, he's gonna creep around. Now, of course, yeah, it sucks because I don't agree with him cheating like that, but I understand it. As I tell some females, like okay, I understand you don't like the cheating. I understand that, but do you understand why what led up to it? Because it's not just him being a womanizer and everything. Cases you emasculated him. You didn't make him feel like a
Emotionally
man.
abused him.
Exactly. You held sex from treated as like even a puppy dog. You weren't doing a trick and everything.
Or like Eddie Murphy, if you remember what he said. Like, remember that bit where he talked about, if a woman knows how to cater to a man's ego, he's more
Exactly.
than because like sometimes you wondering, how did that ugly bitch get him in? Yeah, and even the dude's like, hey, how did I get with this ugly bitch? Because she catered to your ego.
Exactly.
She,
Oh,
I
you ever
mean,
seen this
this is
video?
why. And here's another piece. Let me connect this
Go
with.
ahead.
Let me
Yeah.
connect this with something else. Y'all remember
So
Eddie
do
Griffin?
so would you
Y'all
say
remember Eddie
that women
Griffin?
would you say that
Hold up,
women sorry,
Dad.
go
Hold
ahead.
on. Yo, fam. Hold up again. Hold up again. Hold up. If y'all remember Eddie Griffin,
Yeah.
he talked about Eddie. He talked about Tiger Woods cheating. And what did he say to the guys in the audience? He said, "Fellas, I want you to look at the woman you came here with tonight. Look at her. You see how fine she is? Don't fuck nothing uglier than that. If you end up fucking up like that, you fuck up. You don't fuck down. I mean, if I was with Holly Berry and I cheated on her with Precious, she's gonna look at me a certain way. If I cheated on her with somebody like Janet Jackson, she's just gonna look at me like, damn, I didn't think the motherfucker could catch that. Shit, I better
But
step my game up.
but here's the problem with that logic, Namer.
Go ahead, bring it up.
By the way,
what if
shout out
Precious
to
fucking
Aquatech. Shout out to Aquatech for the $10 holla. Continue.
$10 holla.
what if
Go
Precious
ahead,
fucks me the
Xavier.
way I want to get fucked? What if Halle Berry is too goddamn pretty to give me hot, sweaty, nasty sex like I like?
Exactly.
Ooh, touche.
Yeah, I mean, listen, our Godfather, Kevin Samuel said it best. Nowadays, men
It's an
are
ego.
sacrificing looks for cooperation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
ARC says all the
What's the
time.
point of a beautiful woman if she's not going to give you the sex you want?
Yeah.
And
ARC
I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna give you an example. I used to work with this chick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty girl, fat, light skin, fat ass. I used to think she was gay, but she wasn't. And yeah, I used to think she was a dyke. She was like kind of tomboyish,
Oh,
right?
whoa. Watch that turn. Watch that turn. We don't get canceled. We don't want to get my man canceled.
Okay,
But I
well,
get what you're
like I
saying.
said, I used to think she was lesbian,
She had
right?
a liquor license. Homegirl had a liquor license. What you thought?
But she wasn't. She wasn't a lesbian. You know what I mean? She used to like dudes. So one day we was
Yeah.
all
Okay.
sitting in the break room. We was talking, and I made the statement. I said, if a woman doesn't give head, she's going to get cheated on. So she says, "Well, that's not true because I don't give head." And I remember I just looked around at all the fellas. We just all gave each other that look, right? Okay. Fast forward to today. She's single with 2 kids by 2 different men.
Uh-oh.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know
If
what you're
you're
saying.
not going to give this, and again, this woman is pretty, fat butt,
She's a Betamax.
nice body.
Like Chris Rock would say.
She is not out of shape. None of that.
No. I mean,
But
like,
if you're not going to give that man what he wants in the bedroom, you better expect him to go get what he wants from somebody else in the bedroom.
What you don't do for
And
him,
to
you go find
me,
somebody else who can.
this is when looks are overrated.
Oh yeah.
What's the point? What's the point of the beautiful woman if she don't bang you properly? What's the point?
Touche.
If you're a woman, sort of okay, let's flip it. Let's say man. If you're a man, and you don't like to give head, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why are you with a woman who wants to get ate out? Why are you even with that woman?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, it's just nothing but a problem that's it's gonna come to a head eventually. You know what I'm saying? You better off finding somebody who don't want to get ate out, dude.
The problem is, like I said, ARC said this all the time about the Madonna whore complex. Men put women in this category, and they put this woman in this category. The woman that they go home to, because I had a female on one of my friends on Facebook asked this question: why did dudes go so hard protecting the main chick or son or the side, something like that? I forgot. I'm sorry. But the whole complex I was trying to explain to. When he's with the main chick, yeah, he's gonna fight hard with the main chick. That, oh yeah, why the dudes fight so hard to protect the main chick that they cheating on? I have to explain to you understand the Madonna whore complex, just like you said, angry black man. Yes, he put this woman as she had my kids, she take care of me, we grew a family and a foundation, all that stuff, like the perfect
Tiger Woods.
Here's the main
she won't
thing
do
about
certain acts
relationships.
with me, or I can't do certain acts with her because of how I put her on this pedestal. I can't see it that way. So imagine doing porn stars type of sets with her.
Here's the point what women don't understand.
Wait, can I finish, Charles? Can I finish, Charles?
Uh-huh,
I'm about to land real quick. I know. Yeah. But dudes with their main chick, how they pedestalize their main chick the way they do, they can't really picture themselves doing porn star type of sets with them. I mean, degrading acts. So they have to do it with a side chick because they're not gonna see that side chick. They don't see them that way, and that's that's the point that I'm adding to Angry Man Black Man's point right there. Go ahead, Charles.
No, he's right about that because you see this around very traditional ways of lives, traditional societies like that. Yeah, especially upper class folks.
Remember, Corinne Superhead said it herself of wondering why don't you be with the hoe if you want that type of woman? Well, this is one of the reasons why.
Here's the reason why. I'm gonna say this, and I know this might be a shocker for a lot of you. Most women don't understand men.
Dun, dun, dun. Unfortunately, Snowman isn't here, so I gotta do that.
And you gotta look at it this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Women want us for a reason. It's like I was texting my boy, and he was talking about the dude with the beard, light-skinned dude with a beard who'll be on that little group panel shit. I forget what his name is. And I said he's a simp. And he was like, but he was saying some real shit. Broken clocks could be right twice a day. But he's still simping because, if he goes too hard on bitches, he don't get paid. So, women don't understand men. And it's obvious because look at the body enhancements they get. You can enhance your body, but you don't change your attitude. What's the point?
Or wash your ass.
I mean, wash your ass, change your attitude, change your drawers. Here's the fact of the matter. Most times when you hear women talk about cheating, they don't respect too many men who don't have the capabilities of pulling the trigger. Have you ever noticed when a woman thinks she's better than you, she'll cheat?
Yeah.
We just heard the story a couple of months ago of the chick who lost weight. What happened? The guy she was with was not in shape. She already felt some way. Well, if this guy wanted to be with me, why would he want to be with me? And I'm this fat piece of shit. Her words, not mine. When she started losing weight and feeling herself, guess what she did? She looked down upon her husband. So not one time did she say, hey, baby, let's lose weight together.
No.
Because she's
an
internal.
Which is quite common in relationships. That weight loss shit is really ends up being a deal breaker for a lot of marriages.
Mm-hmm.
I remember watching this documentary on Hulu one time. There was this white couple in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
When they got married, they both was kind of chunky. And the wife ended up having 2 daughters, and then she was, at the time he murdered her, she was pregnant with a boy. Meanwhile, hubby then got in shape, and he started cheating on her with this woman. And according to the documentary, he wanted to leave the wife for the side chick. The side chick told him no and broke it off with him. She was like, nah, you know what I mean? I ain't trying to get you to leave your family and shit. And she broke it off completely with him. Well, hubby went home and killed everybody in the house. Killed the wife, killed the 2 daughters.
Oh, he snapped.
Because he's trying to, you know what I mean? And then even at his sentencing, the judge even said it. He was like, yo, if you wanted to leave your wife, you should have just divorced her. He's like, what the hell you kill her for? And ended up giving him life in prison. But yeah, that weight loss shit be serious in relationships.
Yeah, you got to think about it. This was a chick who never was in shape. She never was the sought after chick. It's like I had to explain to a female friend, well, there's a lot of younger guys who messing with older women. I said, you want to know the secret of that? Because y'all become easy.
Yeah. And you're more open.
Everybody wants a Corvette, but which cheaper, a 2024 Corvette or a 1985 one?
Especially
Was
one
she like
fresh
an
off the
Aisha?
lot, fully
Was she like?
restored.
Was she like an Aisha Curry type? I mean, not just look, but like the whole attitude. Remember when she on that panel? I just want to know if they're looking because I
Every
always say this
woman,
about that situation. Aisha Curry was never that it girl. She probably was the number 2 or 3,
no,
cute,
she was
but not a
the it girl.
number one choice.
I
First
gotta
choice.
disagree with you. She was the it girl.
Nah, I don't think
No,
she
let me
was.
tell you. Let me tell you how. This is proof. I want you to listen. You know, old Sarge gonna school y'all up on this. This is how you know she's the it girl. Just to let people know, if you want to donate to the show, I have PayPal and Cash App. I no longer have Super Chat because you know who are haters.
Yeah.
um,
Oh, my head hurts, but continue.
that lawsuit needs to go really, really hard too. And you know who, but because a lot of content creators are losing a lot of revenue and money over that shit.
Hey, what happened? What lawsuit? What's going on?
About super chats and taking them away from people and
God damn.
the access. But the point,
Wait, y'all ain't getting your super chats no more? Like, what's going
I
on?
don't
Yeah,
get super chats anymore. I've had super chats in months. The point is this: a lot of times when you have women out there, men are okay. Men can find solace by themselves. Women cannot. When a woman's by herself long periods of time, she loses herself. She loses her mind. It's all about the attention. Why do you think Laura Winslow was lonely and scared when Steve had Myra?
She lost the attention. She lost her source of attention. That constant source. That
And
reliable source.
and what happened? You cut the drugs from the dealers, and then
She was shaking like a fiend.
she was
dispute
fiending.
you on that, Charles. Let you finish.
How? Because guess what? There's many of women. If most men were not simps, these women would go fucking crazy.
But see, here's the thing why I disagree with you on that. She said herself, I want to know they looking. If you read in between into that, which I did.
I want you to hold on.
Let me get to it.
Hold on. Between that statement, I want you to repeat that statement again.
I said, if you read into, like I do, what she was saying, I want to know if they just looking. I look beyond that.
And what do
that's what I'm about to say, Charles. I'm about to say.
Females?
I'm about to say. Hold it, Charles. I'm about to explain. I just say before you cut me. Here's the thing. She is a cute girl. Dudes still look at cute girls all the time, from even not even a number 5. She even got a banging body. She has 1 million followers online. She noticed her husband. I don't know how they was back in high school. Might not have been her first choice, but until now. But even that, she always thought she was better than him. She's been trying for years to be that it girl on her own terms. She never was. Until recent times when she had to lose the weight after the baby. She had lose that weight. There was a time she wasn't even wearing a red and wing at certain events. Also, too, the key thing, I definitely noticed. She can look at guys online. She has all that millions of followers. But she noticed the type of girls when she was comparing herself to that was looking at her husband. And even women will admit, this chick is better than me. She's better than me. She always wanted one up on her husband. And she was being looked at, but just not by guys that she felt that was more attractive than her own husband. She was getting looked at, and she didn't find him attractive enough.
Here's the point.
And that's why I called her all cat when she said all that when she was on that show.
Women get it. Women don't get attention. They start becoming mental issues.
Of course.
Women don't understand where they fit in life because people lie to them. Their fathers, their mothers. Oh, you're beautiful. How many guys and how many mothers or fathers see a nice young man and set their ugly ass daughter up with them, saying, "Oh, I got a beautiful young lady. She's special. She's lovely. She's doing." When you start complimenting on a person, and you can't tell me how they look, the gig is up. And reality is, guess what? A lot of these women who are fours, they don't want a four guy because that four guy is going to show them what? The mirror. The mirror.
Real talk.
When you look at Aisha Curry, this is how you know she was the it girl. She knew she was the it girl because she couldn't understand how important Steph Curry was.
And don't they look like they related? Am I the only one who feel that way?
Yeah, they do. But then again, when you're married for so long, you start to look that way any damn way.
Like they look like they could be cousins or some shit. But go on.
Yeah, that's true. You know.
But are you basing her being the echo because she's married to him? I'm basing it before they even got married.
In other words,
that's what I'm basing.
She never understood until he was in like his final year of college, his first year of the NBA, that she was no longer her beauty. He outranked her.
But that was my point, Charles. That was my point. She wants to be the echo on her own terms.
In other words, she outranked him when they married. Did you see pictures of Steph Curry when he was in high school? Gangly little fucker. Gangly little fucker.
But that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
this buck tooth, light skin, green-eyed, gangly fucker.
That was what I was saying, Charles. She wants to be that it girl with that top it guy. She didn't see that with Steph back when it was in high school.
She was
not as deep as they are now.
She's attracted.
That's a guarantee.
Steph. It's just the fact of the matter. She didn't think Steph outranked her.
Mel, she knew, bro.
Yeah.
Mel, she knew, bro. You can't tell me your father's an NBA player. You going to all this access, everything, and you tell me she knew. She just don't think she was better than the nigga.
She thought that she was better. She thought that she outranked him.
Yeah, she thought she was better than him also too. She felt like she wanted something better. She didn't expect him to be.
That's what outranks means, though.
What do you think outrank mean?
You're saying the same thing. That's what outranks means. Most women think they outrank men. That's most women. All of y'all men want beautiful women and shit. Let me tell you something about a beautiful woman. She thinks she outranks you. And I tell men this all the time. Women love confident men, but it's a thin line between confidence and arrogance. You know what women don't like? Arrogant niggas.
Because they don't want the attention to drive off of them.
Exactly. Women do not like men who know or think that, hey, shorty, I'll rank you here. Unless they got a lot of money. Like if you just some handsome dude and you get a lot of broads, a lot of women don't like that shit.
And I'm gonna tell you why.
I disagree to a certain percentage with that.
But hold on. I gotta tell you why. I've dated very attractive women, been in relationships with very attractive women, and dudes have literally paid for their apartments and houses. The only thing I had to do was exist to get their attention. I barely paid them attention. When I first met these chicks, they were blushing over me. So what happened when I never had to put, y'all gotta make me do this show where it's called The Tax. And everybody know what the tax means. There's some guys, in order to fuck a chick or even get near a chick or be in a relationship with a chick or even just go out on a date, you got to do all this extravagant shit. Take her out, go to the movies. There's some of us who are men who all we got to do was just breathe. And you got it. See, a lot of motherfuckers want to say this. It's natural for some people to have that ability to, bam, got her. There are some dudes who do not. There are some dudes who do not understand the tax. There are some dudes who are going to have to pay the tax. It's
Even
just
those
the
same
law.
dudes be complaining all the time why they still can't get women. I understand why these dudes don't pay much.
You know the reason why
Oh,
some
period.
dudes complain
I
about
try to
not
tell
getting
you.
women? You know why? The reason why they complain about not getting women is because one, they are acting like the women. They don't know where they rank. In order, some
You're proving
people,
my
in
point
order
right
for,
there.
and huh?
You're proving my point. What I was just about to make right
And
there.
then,
They act
but
like
here,
the women themselves. They have no type of masculine identity about themselves
but here's
because
the
they
part.
compete like.
Here's the part about it. Donald Sterling was not a handsome guy.
Fuck no.
But he had but he got bad bitches. Why? Because he had something they wanted.
Yep.
Money.
Trade off.
Shout out to the electrician.
Bro, that's that dude that's with that transformer looking like chick that exposed him.
I mean, word on the street, him and a couple of his buddies ran an Amtrak on Halle Berry.
That's who Donald Sterling is, right? I remember. Yeah, the old
one
guy
who
that
the Clippers
that
on.
Clippers dude, right? Okay, yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
I
Well,
just
in that
popped up
case,
quick.
yeah, he tried to play the game like Hugh Hefner in his later years.
Matter of fact, there was a podcast I listened with a brother named Ticket. He had a NBA player that played on the Clippers, and he said Sterling was looking at dudes like, look at that sexy piece of chocolate, and they almost put hands on him.
Mm-hmm.
So he get down like that, but the bitches wanted it.
Oh wait, you were saying they were trying to fight him because the chicks was looking at him?
No. So he was in the locker room right after a game with the players.
Yeah.
He was looking at one of the players and stated out loud, "Look at that sexy piece of chocolate." So he goes both ways.
Okay. Ooh.
He hits from both sides of the plate.
That's a ground for punishment.
You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, niggas almost put hands on him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't blame him. I mean,
mind you, you know how brothers are. You don't like, we ain't trying to do all that extra. Nigga came out the shower, had the towel, and he was like, "Look at this." Mind you, I think the player's name. He was like 6'8", whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Yep.
Yeah,
I
just wanted to say quickly on that topic of Aisha Curry. For those that don't understand why she was acting the way that she was and she didn't know her place, she's from my city, so I completely understand where she's coming from. That's how they act.
Well,
I don't fuck with them anymore.
Well, you gotta think about it, right?
Wait, but by the way, what city she's from again? I'm sorry.
She's from Toronto.
Toronto.
Oh, Canada. Okay.
You gotta think about it, right?
Yeah,
a pretty girl. What age do you think a pretty girl knows she's pretty?
Fucking 7.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were.
It could be even younger than that. As soon as the first man that
Dog, when they start learning how to read, the fuck. I got a daughter. Trust me, bro.
Mm-hmm. So you got to imagine. Let's say on average 5, because teachers, adults, and little boys are going to treat her differently than other girls, and she knows it.
Facts.
So imagine you're being told you're pretty for almost 2 decades. You get with this guy, and everybody's chanting his name, and you can't even figure out why.
Well, like also the culture over there too is like in Toronto, like light skinned girls are top tier.
That's here in America too, bro.
That's because you got to realize Canada is America too.
That light skin always have the stereotype of being submissive and everything. Also,
Bullshit.
Not always the case, because I met some ratchet light skinned chicks.
Some of the most ratchet.
Bullshit. Ain't submissive light skinned woman, nigga. Please.
That's why they gravitated on so
You
much.
lucky a light skinned woman talk to you.
But that's one of the main reasons why they think that way.
Dog, I'm a light skinned man from a light skinned family, bro. Trust me, that's completely false.
Same here, man. Yeah,
it's a stereotype, but
that's part. I'm not saying it's fully true. It's part of it. That's one of the truths.
That's one of the ending questions on one of your favorite animes. Will Goku make it in time? Will the Z Fighters survive? Will a light skinned girl call back? Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
This is why, again, I got to take it back to what I said earlier about looks being overrated, because I'd rather have a submissive woman that's a 5 than a so-called, I hate the term, but I'm gonna just say it anyway, bad bitch.
Yeah,
I'll take submissive.
That's why bad bitches.
That's because here's the key thing. It's the attitude. That's the whole point. It's the attitude.
Exactly.
She could be a bad bitch, but even a boss bitch, but her attitude still
Very seldom are beautiful women nice people.
Exactly. I've seen some boss bitches who go home to their husbands and leave that shit out the door. Very submissive. Like we see Claire Hustable. I see boss
Shit.
got job.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it in the real life, bro.
Like
what, Felicia Rashad?
I've never seen the so-called boss bitch be able to leave that shit at the door. I've never seen that in my life.
It is a very small percentage. I will say that and stuff. But I've seen.
I avoid the boss bitch. It took me a while. It took me a while to learn what I used to hear men say about women making more money than you. Because I used to say, what difference does it make? It took me a long time to realize, yeah, you better not be in a house with a woman making more money than you. She's going to give you hell.
Exactly.
And that's what I'm saying. It's a very small percentage. It's not a large percentage. It is they out there, but it's
I've never seen that shit before, dude. Like, I take submissive over all that.
Yeah, I've seen it, yeah, but it's not as large. It's very small percentage.
Hey, like, she might not be the best looking, but she gives me what I want. Versus, oh, look at this fine ass woman here. That fine ass woman gonna be a fucking headache, man. They usually are.
It's like they always say the exceptions of the rule, which I don't even believe in that. But even though still, it's a very.
I mean, I'm sure there's some out here, you know, but it's just like you said, it's seldom.
Exactly. It's like a needle in a haystack. Yeah. So
just like men that's willing to be loyal.
When you see one, it's like being on Jack Hanna of discovering new animals. Like, look at this new discovery.
Like men that choose to be loyal. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, okay. I'm sure they're out here.
We actually just had this conversation the other day on
you gotta speak up. You're real low on your mic.
Oh, my bad.
Turn the volume up on the mic.
Black men especially would take an average black woman if they can tone down the attitude. I was like, if they could tone it down from 100% to like 50 or 60, most dudes are going for that. This is even like 70%, and I hate to say it, but he was right on that.
I would say yes. Most black dudes are not even attracted to white women. That's not. They don't have the features we like, and doesn't make them bad people. It's just we just not attracted to that. But the point being, somebody dropped off. Oh no! But the point being, anytime we would mess with a white chick, and knowing how dangerous it even is today to travel with a white chick. Thank you, Jonathan Majors. That tells you how much hell black men are catching right now. If we're willing to be with a black chick, and it just breaks you down, man. And I'm not saying, oh, go chase a white chick. No. If you're gonna be a simp is always a simp. Whether she's a white girl, don't be red pill for black women, and then be blue pill for white women or any other race of women.
Which is a lot of what a lot of men do.
Exactly.
True.
Exactly. It's like, it's
guilty.
It's not the race of the woman, it's the man himself and stuff. You do goofy stuff, you get rid of your integrity, what you believe over a woman, you're gonna get played. It happens all the time.
Like I said, I've been guilty of that once.
Because women are women. It doesn't fucking matter, dude. Like, have you ever heard a white man talk about his wife?
Well, in which way?
Like they openly talk about how they hate their fucking wives. I've seen this shit all my life.
Well, hell yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Hey,
but
some
then
guys
will say exactly that. I hate this bitch.
Race.
I look at the dude like, you know what? Why you chose that woman to marry? Why you chose that woman to marry if you hate her so much?
And like they'll divorce one wife and then get married and then start saying the same shit about the second wife. Oh, I hate this bitch. And you be like, well, why the hell did you get married again? You know what I mean? Like,
And it's
but
not,
it's just saying, it just go to show women are women, man. It don't matter what the fucking race is, man. Women are women, period.
exactly.
Like,
It's
you know
not
what I
the
mean? Don't,
marriage.
like
It's
he
not
said, don't be red pill for black women and then go with white women. Now you just a simp. A lot of passport bros are simps, honestly. If we being real.
Exactly. And that was my whole point earlier. Like, yeah, but I was trying to make too many dudes do so much goofy stuff so much, and they get caught out there. Like in the game, they complain, point
Yeah.
fingers.
Like when you hear dudes talking about, yeah, man, I'm getting me a remote job so I can travel. Like, dog, why is you basing your life on pussy?
Bingo.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it has to be more to life than just you chasing bitches all day. Y'all, now you just want to chase bitches all around the world now. Like, dog, find a hobby.
I strongly agree and even applied it to my life from the dating coaches. I know some of you don't like some of them, but they do have a point in some matters. I don't do certain things over a woman. I do it for me. Period.
Exactly. Thank
The
you.
game starts off with you. And if you second you doing all this stuff for a woman, you're going to fail.
I have no problem with black men traveling, seeing the world, fucking with women of different cultures and shit like that. I have no problem with that. But when you base your existence on the ability to just chase pussy all over the planet, that's a problem for me.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, passport, but then again, that's why Patrice said, you travel. When you travel, you go out in the world just for experiences and understand the world for what it is. A lot of women, because you look at certain people, it's like, listen, I see when you look at a person and see what they're all about, and you see how feeble-minded they are or closed-minded they are, because you ask them, have you ever been outside this place? Have you been outside? Do you know what the outside world is like? Who are you to talk to me a certain way? I know how you carry yourself. I know why you think and act the way you do. That's why, if you're around certain people, you understand, like small town folks think a certain way. You can't be around them if you're of a different mindset. You know what I'm saying?
I know you know about countries with the caste system, right?
India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and
I'm
everything.
glad
Yeah.
you mentioned. I
It's
know
not
you
just
were earlier when I
it's
mentioned
not
about
just a
India.
Hindu.
I think it was you on here when I mentioned about India, how they passed a law if you lie to a woman for sex, making a promise, you get locked up. Yeah,
dude, you got guys who are kidnapped and forced to marry women over there.
Exactly.
But you gotta understand. But everything has to be put in context because they're not just doing it willy nilly on everybody. It's poor people usually doing it to poor people, and it's within the caste system because they're not going to marry somebody from another caste. They're not. And plus, by the way, in India, very few interfaith, interethnic, or interracial marriages. They cannot stand. And in fact, there's two types of folks you'll find in India. The Anglo Indians, those are people with British or Irish descent who are mixed of Irish and whatnot in them. And then you have the Malachi, who are like Indians with some Portuguese ancestry in them. Hang on, I gotta turn off my whatchamacallit. And those folks, they're predominantly Christians. Like one's groups like predominantly Protestant and Catholic, the other groups Catholic. They work outside that shit. But you have other groups, other than Hindus, who have the caste system. And that's designated. It doesn't matter what you change. I mean, the people who are like the untouchables, they try to escape that caste system by converting to other religions, but sometimes it doesn't work for them because there's a caste system of sorts within other religions. And in those places, like, you go to other places. I mean, I haven't traveled to certain places, but I read and study other places and met people of those cultures. So we interact and we just like find. Yeah, it's a friend of mine. He's a buddy of mine. Who's one of my game buddies. He's just texting me about some shit. Sorry, but anyway, we all interact. We understand what it means to be from other parts of the world. For me, example, I was not born in my native Eritrea. I was born in the Middle East. So when I came home at age 12, I did have a bit of a culture shock, but there were those like myself who were born in another country but came home, and we have a different mindset. That doesn't take away who we are. We still Eritreans at the end of the day, just like there are Ethiopians who came home because they were born someplace else, but they came back. Mm-hmm. We understand our culture, but we understand what it's like on the outside. So we do have a different mindset, but we still maintain who we are, but we also have a different mindset. So we have to learn how to adapt. That's how we are, how we can integrate in certain places. But we also understand that certain people, those who are born back home, when they go to the outside world, sometimes they're going to have misconceptions. Just like, those of a lot of people who, like some of the passport bros, when they go to certain countries, they're going to have a certain misconception unless they do the research and understand the culture and whatnot. Otherwise, they're just setting themselves up for all kinds of shit. Because there's some people in some of these countries who are shady as hell who are looking for people like that. People that can harm and manipulate and whatnot. That's why, like, people who are immigrants to the West, they have a certain misconceptions about the West. They have certain misconceptions about some people. And by the way, people who immigrate to from the developing world who are trying to immigrate to Western Europe or to North America, they're definitely going to be simping for white women because they have this misconception about white people. It's a love-hate relationship they have with white people. It's very mixed. It's like a mix of both the good and the bad and the downright ugly, as well as and a little bit of the beautiful. Y'all know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
Why is everybody muted up? Wait, Dre?
No,
Andre.
I'm driving. I don't know if you hear that back.
Oh, okay. Drive safely. You can't talk. You can't text and talk, just like you can't text and drive. But yeah, it's like you go to certain parts of the world. You gotta understand, certain people have different mindsets. Like some people are so closed-minded. But you can't hold that against them. Some people are just simple small town folks, and they just live in the same, and they live their whole lives in the same place they were born and raised. Others, they got to go to other places. They got to move around because they need that kind of change. So you got to understand who you are and where you need to be in this world. For some, they travel to certain places, or they got to live certain places where they can live a certain way. And some people feel like they got to live a certain where they need to be or working and whatnot. Maybe here for a time, or maybe to another place. It all depends on the person.
I just wanted to offer a little bit of pushback on what Mel and Angry Black Man was talking about when they were saying that like these dudes that are like doing remote work are doing solely for pussy. They're not doing it solely for pussy, man.
No.
Like you can make that argument for passport bros, which isn't even the case for all of them. But like the dudes that are doing remote work, like what's wrong with wanting to live in a better environment?
Yeah, and the thing is about living in better environments is
these guys are actually admitting that and stuff, or we see through them. We ain't talking about all of them. If you're generally all doing that for yourself, we don't have more pushback for those. You're talking about the dudes that's generally doing it for women, like like the whole thing. Okay, they tricking overseas, think they're getting a better price. Number one, you're practically paying the same price over here because if you add in the traveling expenses, the hotel expenses, and then you add in the women expenses, let's say that's almost like 2 G's you spent. That's the same price as an in-call chick, a high escort chick over here.
Yeah, but Mel, what you gotta say? Niggas do not give a fuck about what's going on.
Wait, what you said, James? I couldn't hear you.
I was saying the difference is when you go overseas, right? Whether you believe it or not, niggas are having a good time. Niggas are not having a good time in the States, man, when they spend money on the bitch, man. Even if you're on the trigger side, right? Let's keep it a buck. You still want to have a good time. Niggas is not having a good time, even the niggas that are tricking. That's the issue.
Well, that's like I said, that's their own problem. That's their own fault. They're not having a good time. You spend all this money and it's just a waste. That's their fault.
Mel, you already know. Tricks are not looking for what type of bitch. Just like in the club. If you pop bottles with your team, everybody going swell, and they bring bitches start coming to the table, either you know how it is. The
bitches gonna make
Yeah,
it
their
pop
whole
off.
goal is still to get the
Exactly.
pussy,
So that's
but they
not
didn't
it.
get the pussy. You know why? Because
No,
they
no,
didn't
no,
make
no,
their
no, no,
intentions
no.
well known.
No, no, no,
Period.
Mel. Mel,
No, that's what
look.
it is.
No, no,
The
no, no,
whole
no,
point. The
no,
whole point
Mel.
is
No, no, no,
that's what
no,
they
Mel.
do, and that's why it
Mel, let him
backfires on them.
finish. Mel, hold up, let him finish.
Mel,
You gotta
before
let
you
him
even
finish his
think
thought.
about getting the pussy, you already know. We in the club, we popping bottles. Niggas is here. We out here. Let's say we want to go see a fight. We made money off the bet. Boom, boom. Niggas is having a good time. Before we even thinking about pussy, we having a good time. You already know if a grown bitch come to the table, she acting crazy, you be like, yo, get this bitch out of here. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's different. You're paying for yourself. I'm talking about the dudes that's paying for a woman in the disguise of they thinking they paying for, like the dudes that be talking about how they spend 20 G's fly over a chick and she ain't giving no pussy, so he sent her back. That ain't the chick's fault. That's your fault. Like if I'm gonna spend money
You
on a
know
chick
what?
that way, if I'm gonna spend money on a chick that way, one of the biggest tensions of that is you gotta be straight direct. Okay, I want to pay you this amount of money to fuck. She will know that.
Yeah. You know
She
what,
agreed
Mel?
to it. Here you go. Fair exchange. I'm being direct with her. She knows my intentions. She
Yeah,
agreed
but
to it.
Mel, that's
That
you.
solves a lot of dudes'
Most
problems. How
no,
they
no, no,
complain about how
Mel.
they spend
Mel,
all
I'm
this
telling
money
you,
taking women out on dates when they want to smash. They should have
Mel.
made their intentions well known.
Mel, you gotta understand. Not all men are equal. We said this before. Every man moves different. Some niggas are virgins and
Exactly.
some niggas is not. Some niggas pay taxes, some niggas don't.
And that's
You
their
might
own
be that
fault.
nigga that don't pay taxes, but you can't assume that every nigga is gonna be like you. And that's not. They not. We weren't. Just like you born in a different borough. I was born in a borough. It's not the same.
I had to make myself this way. That's the whole point also too. I've been a simp before. I had to make myself the way I am today. So that's why I don't buy none of these excuses where these dudes be having and everything. I try to feel empathy when I give them some game and some advice. They don't want to take it. That's their own fault. Don't come back to me crying later about how you're not getting results the way you are. Like I said, even some of these dating coaches that they don't like, they've been simps in their past. They tell you that also too. So as much as you be thinking they lying and everything, they've been that way before also too. Like I said, I've been the simp. I know how it is. I need to change myself. It's just like being a successful business. If I want to
Here's
be a
the point.
successful businessman, I got to learn from someone that is 20 steps ahead of me of what I want to be.
In
And
other
apply it
words,
to my life to see if it works.
here's the part about business. Number one, what's your market? What's your end game goal? Because if your end game goal is to be in a relationship, because notice they can't notice the one thing these guys just don't tell you. What is your goal? Is it to be in a relationship? They never talk about relationships because they don't want you to get that far.
Actually, that's wrong right there. I have to disagree with you right there.
I'll
They
tell
actually
you why. There's no cure. There's no money in
no,
a cure.
no, they don't want to spend time with them most of the other time like what you think they do.
They don't want a cure.
No.
If,
That's what you assume that they want. No.
here's the question.
They ask them all the time, what is it that you want? And most dudes don't even know what they want. Or they're doing too much for a woman. That's why they point out, no, you got to fix yourself first. You. The
Here's
game
the
starts
problem.
off with you. Period. Starts with you, not the woman. And
Here's
too
the
many dudes
problem.
make the game about women. Too
Well,
much
Here's the
Mel,
emphasis
right
on
problem.
here,
scale. You have
Mel.
to find your own
Now,
identity.
breathe. Here's the problem with a lot of the game stuff, right? When Austin decided to go overseas for himself, what did they do?
They shitting on him.
Because he didn't go for the game for himself. He went for the women. They saw through that. That was the whole point.
He went for himself.
Why is it that I seen certain passport boys called him out when he went to that situation in Brazil, the way he did, and
Come
they
He
on,
never
man.
went
went
for
through that.
him.
Shit was not that serious,
Mal,
fam.
Mal,
That
Mal,
shit was not that fucking serious.
Mal,
It is serious.
Mal. Let me explain why he went for himself. Women is anywhere. You can't. There's no. You can go visit.
overseas, not live there for women. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't. Because I'm like,
In
fuck,
other
like,
words,
that's I'm
you can
pushing
go
back like crazy on you, what you're saying. So, it's like,
and then listen.
I am
You can
listening to you,
go.
but that's why
You
I'm
can
pushing
go.
back
Hold
against what
on.
you're saying.
Hold on. Hold on. You can go and visit. You don't have to live there.
That has nothing to
That
do
would
with
be
what
cost
I was saying.
effective just to visit.
Mel,
Women
you
are
know,
everywhere
Charles, even if I was visiting there, what is the reason why you're visiting there?
Mel,
because
let's
you want to do
Right?
so.
Huh?
Mel, what's
It's
Mel?
not
You live
just
in
for
New York.
women.
Yo, what is the reason why you're sorry, Charles, no. James, what?
Mel, you live in New York, right?
Yeah.
So how many?
Do
You know,
you?
New York is a what do you call it, tourist hub, right? Why do motherfuckers go to New York?
I don't know. Whatever reason there is, that's their reason. And honestly, I don't care. You want to visit my
So
city?
okay,
Go
so
ahead. But
let me
make
ask you this:
sure
so why
whatever reason you want to
Mel? Let
visit
me
my
ask you.
city is the true reason why you're visiting. Because if things don't go your way is expected the way it is, that is not the city's fault. That's your fault. That's like me going to LA having an expectation. LA supposed to be this tight in there. Oh no, I didn't have a good time because this, that, and the other. Technically, that's my fault. Because maybe I had a expectation of how LA is supposed to be. I didn't do my research of the state that I was supposed to visit.
Maybe it's just that it could be a fucked up place.
Exactly.
Maybe the
No.
climate. Maybe the climate. Because especially with the comments they were saying about Austin, that they calling him basically a quitter because he won't deal with a bunch of unruly bitches. Because if I'm traveling, I'm doing it for me. I'm traveling because even if I'm traveling for women, it's ultimately for me. I want a better class of woman.
But
I
see,
want a better class.
I'm glad you said that, Charles. Austin did not do that because he went through the same problems in another country and another country. You see why
Guess
even
what?
niggas talking about
Guess
I'm not
what?
a passport bro no more.
Here's
That's
the
not the
problem.
passport bro thing. That's an Austin thing. That's his own
Here's
problem.
the problem. But most passport bros don't have problems. You see a lot of them who's starting to get remote jobs are not coming back.
Exactly. They
Once
went
they
for a different reason than Austin. Do you see that?
they went because of the culture. There's a cultural difference.
Austin did not do that. That's the point.
But
You
guess what?
you can see it.
Did he do it off of his will? He did it for him.
And like
No,
the
he
problem
didn't.
that I have with Mel's arguments is he's basically just using how he perceived what Austin did as what he actually did, but you're not in his head, so how do you know?
I do know because his actions show it. I ain't gotta be in his head. Your actions show it. Even he posted videos online when he met different chicks in other countries, even how they treated him. I don't get treated like that. So the reality is not the women of different countries and everything like you keep thinking it. No, it's you, the man himself. It's a you problem.
Here's
That's
the
the whole
issue,
point
right?
when they say, yo, if you go to a club and you don't get no results in that club, you go to another club, right? But if
That's
you're
what he
still getting
did.
the same results in all these different clubs,
So
maybe it's not the
you're
club. It's you as the man himself.
But has he gotten positive results? The answer is yes. He has gotten positive results when he went to another club. And guess what? A lot of those dating coaches don't like it because you're fucking up the money. You have a vested interest.
No, they don't.
They're
They
not
actually
do-
give him props for that,
they're
Charles.
not doing it. They're not doing it because they love this guy. They want to see black men happy. No, there's money involved. There's money involved.
Charles, there's money in every type of business area, even your business also too. So come on, I mean that's just how it is in the world of life. You're a business person, you're a capitalist, everything. It's always going to be unlimited amounts of
So
money
you're
you got to
telling
make.
me this guy who's a dating coach says, I'm going to get you the baddest bitches.
He never promised that, and that's one thing I'm pushing back on you with that. They don't guarantee nothing. And even ARC said it himself. Hold it. Even ARC said it himself. If you deal with a dating coach that's guaranteed you something 100%, don't deal with them. Period.
Well, you got to understand this one kid. There are some men, sit down and I'll explain it all. There are some men who pay the tax. There are some men that always explain this. They pay taxes. Guess what? Have you ever came over a chick's house and she let you hit the first day?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Guess what you didn't do?
Understand? Do you understand why?
You didn't pay the tax.
No. Do
Did
you
you have
understand why? Do you
features?
understand
Did you
why?
have features and personality? I can't even say personality because there's times I fuck bitches and I don't even know their name.
I did that too.
Plenty of.
You don't know their name, but they like your personality. That's what it matters.
I
You made it
didn't give
feel
a
certain
fuck as
way.
long as I didn't give a fuck as long as my dick was wetter than the fucking 7 seas.
That's the point.
So you
Charles, that's
telling
the
me?
point.
But here's the problem: when you listen
Charles,
to a dating coach and you have a vested interest, that's like me going to the pharmaceutical company and asking for a cure for COVID. There is no cure. There's no money in a cure. Only treatment.
The money is in the medicine. That's why there's no vaccine for certain diseases.
They
I mean,
have
why do
them
you think they make money on chemo?
Well, in that case, then it's your job to technically take care of yourself by other proper nutrition outside of what the medical facility is giving you.
You see, he's okay. You see right here. You see what's going on?
Exactly.
You see what's going on here? No.
Exactly. For
You ain't hearing what I'm
Hold on,
saying.
Mel. Let him get his word in. Name have been quiet for a minute. Let him get his word in.
There's a point I'm trying to get at.
Is that what point? Because you kind of not making
You
no
see,
point. You're making a pushback, and that's my point right there. Every solution I'm
why you
trying
getting
to give
controversial?
y'all push
Why
back
you
on
getting
it.
combative with
And
me,
this is
man?
the problem why a lot of people don't succeed the way they are. Do you actually apply to some of the
First
situations
of all,
or some of the solutions I might provide for y'all?
Sam,
Try to
you
see
gonna
if
let
it
me
works?
talk? You gonna let me hear me out for a minute?
Huh?
You gonna hear me out? Are you gonna hear me out for a minute?
What do you want to say? What do you want to say?
All right. First of all, I see your point because where I'm from, they say prevention is better than cure. I get that. Okay. But here's the thing. We've been talking about the fact that a lot of guys don't want to play the game. They want to go someplace else, you know?
A lot of guys want a shortcut. It's like this.
Or like, look at this way, Charles. Look at this way, Charles.
I'm gonna say this real quick, then I'm gonna let you say it.
Okay.
Here's the problem with the dating game.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of niggas don't want to, and I'm gonna be totally real. A lot of niggas and a lot of bitches don't like where they sit on the field.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people, there's rankings. I'm a wrestler. We go by rankings. Who do you know? How do you know if you're the number one? How do you know you're the number one motherfucker in a wrestling tournament? Does anybody know? How do you know you're the number one wrestler in the wrestling tournament? You won the championship. There's no question on who's number one. There's no question.
Yeah.
You beat everybody.
Yeah.
It's just like the Super Bowl. Whoever wins the Super Bowl, you beat all the other 31 teams. No question. NBA Finals, whatever. So
same thing. Win the championship.
Guess what is really hard to do? There's the two easiest spots in any sport you can figure out very quickly. Who's at the top and who's at the bottom.
Yeah.
The hardest is the motherfuckers in the middle. Yeah. And a lot of motherfuckers in the middle don't like their spot.
Nope. Especially, and look at this way, Charles. Let me use a different analogy here regarding the dating coaches. You're a gamer, just like I'm a gamer. What's the biggest what is the biggest gripe right now among gamers when it comes to games like EA, like all the games by EA or 2K or
you're not getting much of advancement. It's almost
not
the
much
same
of advancement. Not only that, microtransactions.
Yep.
The microtransactions. That's how they bleed the gamers dry. I mean, I was over the next town earlier today, and I bumped into one of my partners, you know, who works at one of the electronic stores, and he's a gamer like myself, and we were talking about the whole issue about the state of gaming right now. And yes, it's tied to this, folks. We were talking about the issues of microtransactions because I'll tell you myself, I've I have done some microtransactions in my before. I'll even give you the name of the games where I did some microtransactions.
And you got to
Now, I'll
realize,
give. Mhm.
here's one of the biggest issues.
Mhm.
Most people who are 7s or 6s can easily fuck 5s and 4s.
Yeah.
But they don't want to be shown with the 5 or 4 on their arm.
Yeah, that's like that Night Fighter. It's like they say, you want them after dark behind the scenes. That's that person you have on speed dial in case things don't work out in the club. But what I'm trying to say is, hold up. What I was trying to say earlier was, like we say about gamers or the microtransaction thing, it's the same thing with these dating coaches or dating gurus. They keep trying to convince you to come back for more, for more, for more. It's like, because like they try to sell you secrets. It's like, how players have to get paid to play just to get up, just to train, just to progress to a certain point instead of having to grind so hard, and they make it difficult for you like that. These dating coaches are bleeding us dry like that. It's like a mosquito or a tick on you. They do it gradually.
How they bleeding you dry? Did you didn't pay for any of their service? Yes or no? Did you do the research completely on the dating coach that if you was to go get one, how's his service is? How's his results? What's the biggest thing that I even get pushed back on when they talk about asking for receipts? And
But here's the most
receipts you should be asking for is the receipts of their customers, not the type of women they get with, because what's beauty to you might not be beauty to me. But they focus on the outcome of the result of the woman the type of woman they want to get with instead of focus on the customers that they help.
There are some
scammers out there. I will admit there are some scammers out there, but there's also some that expose these scammers the way it is.
There are some the most philosophical dating coach ever. One of them, at least one of the top 3, is going to be Alan Roger Curry.
Of course.
I forget the other guy.
David X.
And I think one of them was a former pimp.
What's his name? Rosebud Beardos. Rosebud Beardos.
Yeah, those are the ones who I got all his books on Audible. Alan Roger Curry.
Yeah, same here.
It's funny because when I talk to people about relationships and dating, a lot of people be like, "How did you know about this?" I've dated all types of women. I've dated black women, but I've dated all levels of black women. I've dated the 92 climbers. I dated the natural 92s. The natural 92s have a different philosophy on life than the 92 climbers. This is what I say, and I do agree with Mel. You got to look at the results. You don't judge it. You don't judge the tree by the bark. You judge it by the fruit it bears.
Yep. Yeah. However, the thing is like
completely with that one, because if most of your clients are happy and getting results that they desire, good job. You're doing well. It's just like if you hired my security team. What have you done? Oh, we successfully. Oh, this is how you start the conversation. We successfully, because if we got guys who are socially inert, because first of all, the number one thing if you're a true dating coach or you're a true lifestyle coach, and people want to improve on things, you got to break a man out of being awkward.
Yeah,
exactly.
Unfortunately, how many people know how to do that? And some people, they just look at you, as far as the scam ones or the ones who are just like half-assing it.
But that's the problem. That's the problem, Neymar. You lump up everyone in the same category, and that's my pushback.
I mean,
I don't ever say all. I said some are scammers. Some
here's the part about it, right? Does Fresh and Fit get lumped in with the Black Manosphere?
Of course.
No. What did they?
Yeah, they do.
No.
They do.
They
They
did.
do.
Okay.
They do. But are they black manosphere?
No, they just
No.
They just
It's
talk
just on
about
the strength
similar
that they're
points.
black.
They know it's because they talk about similar talking points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And most of them
And because they're black.
Yeah.
And you got to
Yeah.
realize something. Here's another question: is Anton part of the black manosphere?
Yeah.
No.
No.
He's not. But he gets lumped in every time. Once in a while.
But
Yeah,
he talks about
he gets lumped in. Yeah, he does.
he's lumped in. So that's what's going to happen because here's the problem. A lot of those guys on that panel were never on Ellen Roger Curry's level.
We know that.
So
I definitely know that.
I mean, I'll give you another example.
I say this, even Anton got called out from one of the dating coaches by the name of Mr. 1950 about him. You think he knows game? Anton don't know game about women. Period. He knows about his wife. You called them out. You called them out, Charles, about that.
Yeah, I called him out because I told him. Remember when I was on Dennis Sperling channel?
I remember exactly. He tried to judge you because
I checked him, and he couldn't say shit because I said, number one, you like any other man in this country, you still be holding to the behest of your wife if she wants to leave. And he couldn't say shit.
Exactly, because one of the factors is game recognized game. You recognize game, you call him out on it. He doesn't know game. He's that dude, nerd dude who thinks he knows game. Study. He knows about his woman, his wife. He doesn't know about women.
He faking the funk.
That's why when women had a problem with Kevin Samuels, they like, why should we take advice from him? He was married twice. How many of you bitches weren't married once?
Exactly.
Married and divorced twice.
He knows the
survived abuse.
Dating multiple women.
And I said, here's another factor that Kevin done that a lot of people hasn't done. He's brought, and everybody's trying to steal his stick, but can't do it as well, even after his passing.
Stick, yeah.
He's brought
high value man
multiple.
nonsense.
He's brought multiple women on his panels, and guess what they did? All he had to do was shut the fuck up and let them talk, and the money came in.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's high level.
He just let them expose themselves. Give the rope.
That's the ultimate. That's Super Saiyan Kryptonian level pimping. Okay, you don't even have to pay the bitch. I'm being out on the street.
Charles, he said this multiple times. You sit back and let a woman talk, and they'll tell themselves.
How many times I said that?
That's true.
It was.
You sit back and let a woman talk, they will tell themselves without them even noticing.
Yeah, you let a woman be what?
Yourself.
Yeah, Mello.
You set up
multiple times, Charles, with some females on your panel. Let them talk. I think I remember that one with the older dude. No. She was making more money than the dude. That 6-figure chick, and you let her talk long enough. She told on herself crazy.
I mean, here's another example. If y'all remember when KS, talked to this one woman, right? And she talked about how she divorced her husband. He asked her what happened and everything. When she told the truth and everything, because she divorced him while he was going through cancer and shit. I'm like, this, that, and the third. Why did you divorce him? He was going through cancer and shit. Like, you thought it was a good idea to just dump him because he was going through cancer and such. And then that's when you realize she just exposed herself for what she is. Or that one young girl or that one youngin who said, "We don't need you guys anymore." And what did he say afterwards? He just said, "Thank you." He said, "Thank you," because the thing was, he doesn't even invite them to come on the show. They asked to come on the show because a lot of them so hubris and headstrong. They think, "I'm gonna come up on the show and make him and sun his ass." I was like, "All right, come on."
Exactly. They had multiple reasons. Like, yo, how's this metrosexual? And they constantly thought he was gay, blah blah blah, because of how his style was. Think he could talk negatively about us women having in relationships.
The average at best. That was because remember when he talked to that one chick and told her she's average at best. That's what set the ball rolling.
What's the point of having a chick that's average at best? Here's the part about the average at best chick. She thought that she outranked a lot of dudes she dated, but guess what? If she dated me, I would look better than her. No nigga want a bitch where he looks better than her.
And you know what's funny though? She was dating this other dude. I think Mr. Let Go interviewed the dude that she was dating on his show. Yo, she still screwing
Where's
up.
the gun? Where's the gun?
Did you just say Mr. Let Go?
Upstairs on the bed.
Mr. Let Go.
Charles, are you instructing?
I'm gonna give you 5 seconds before I throw something that's heavy enough to throw at you.
All right. Mute up, Charles.
10.
They don't need to hear that conversation.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
I tell you every time.
You? You?
Man, shit only made sense in the motherfucker where I grew up in, but yeah. Anyway,
Let me explain this. This is something where every man needs to know his type of gun, his type of vice, his type of woman, and his type of liquor. If you can't figure that shit out, I'm gonna look at you weird. Because every man needs to have his type of liquor. Because one, I don't trust a man who doesn't have a vice. I don't trust a man who don't know how to pick his liquor. I don't trust a man who doesn't have a type of woman and how that woman treats him in public.
well, in that case, since I don't drink, you should be looking at me sideways all the time.
Well, nigga, you drink milk out of a dirty glass, so that makes you tough.
I don't even drink milk, man.
I'm not a heavy
pounds of
drinker.
shit. I drink almond milk, but I just drink out of a carton.
I like plant-based milk.
I drink almond milk.
Plant-based milk. So what?
I gotta ask another question. I gotta ask another quick question. Why are you watching Mr. Let Go? I literally watched a video where he said that black men are simps if they don't date single moms. He literally
No. I was only watching because they was talking about the average at best chick, and I wanted to see an update. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because there was 2 other videos after that. I think there was another show when she talked about her experience with Kevin Samuels, and then there was it went up on my feed like last year. I remember.
She's in Atlanta right now.
He's a simp. I don't support him, but it was a dude that dated her also too. So he was interviewed. So I was only interested in that video. That's it. He dated the average at best chick, and he was saying himself why they didn't work out.
Yeah. From what I've seen from her.
Hold on for a second. Okay. Everybody in the chat, we're gonna do a little audience participation. Put your favorite glass of liquor in the chat, and the title which you like to drink. And don't forget, if you feel like, share, subscribe if you're not subscribed and you feel entertained. And if you feel as though you're getting something out of it, entertainment, knowledge, donate to the super chat. I mean, not the super chat, to the Cash App or the PayPal. Yeah. And cognac is good, and cognac is good, and all the time cognac is good.
And understand, our man here smokes the finest cigars, drinks the finest liquor with all the finest niggers. The most distinguished nigger, excuse me.
Remember, we smoke our cigars, we drink our liquor, and we hang with our niggers.
Yep. But the thing I remember, like that interview that the average at best woman did, she said she moved to Atlanta. And more importantly, she said she doesn't date black men anymore. Make that make sense, as the snowman would say.
You see with non-black men now?
Yeah, supposedly.
Supposedly.
Yep, we drink our liquor. Put a glass in the chat. Put next to your favorite drink in the chat. We smoke our cigars, we drink our liquor, and we hang with our niggers.
If I was gonna drink, it would have to be. Oh no. Well, in my case, y'all would probably clown me for this. Y'all would clown me for this, but it's
Don't give him no more time. Come on, get first out the door. Don't give him no more. We'll be back.
Y'all didn't too.
Yeah, I'm gonna get clowned on for this, but all right. If I was gonna drink something, it would probably be something that Crazy Bone said. One of the things was something Crazy Bone had. It's called Sin. It's basically gin and Hennessy. Or in my case, because I watched The Big Lebowski, I thought about like a variation of the White Russian. Only instead of like cream or something like that, it's chocolate milk they put in it. It's called a mudslide.
This is another good reason that people should go to BlairCon, because I get to try out different liquors by people who brought their favorites, and I'm actually surprisingly impressed by the liquor.
Yeah,
and it's a beautiful thing that is out there, because there's some vodkas that taste like black licorice.
There's a variation of the the White Russian. There's a variation of the White Russian. They call it the Anna Kournikova, where instead of using actual milk, they use a skim milk instead. I did my research.
Yeah, because
But there's one called a mudslide where it's chocolate milk instead. So if I were to drink, maybe that'd be my thing.
They call that too when a chick bends over doggy style and she eats too much chocolate.
Oh. You know what? This is why if you're going to hit it from the back, this is why you should be investing in butt plugs and shit. That way she don't have to worry about you just looking at that brown eye. But that's another discussion for another time.
Henry Martin, that ex-soldier there, huh? It's fancy. Oh, that Brazilian cappuccino, huh? My man drinks that beer. My man's drinks that beer.
Hey, some guys are beer drinkers. Some guys are like liquor drinkers. You got some who don't drink, like myself. Because somebody's got to drive the car. Henny, Crown Royal, Jamaican.
And somebody got to be the designated drunk.
Yeah,
I like that gentleman Jack Daniels for me.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Yo, my younger brother, his is rum and coke. He likes that Puerto Rican Captain Mo, though, not the Jamaican one though.
Have you ever drank XO cognac out the navel of a pretty bitch?
Well, not without her cleaning the navel out first. And careful if you got that navel piercing.
That bitch was so bad. Her skin will clean all iniquities that mankind faced.
Shit.
Go ahead. Who's talking?
So Charles, check this out. I wanted to talk to Mel. Mel, this is Pablo. What's up, man? Mel, are you there?
Yeah, he's muted.
Okay.
This conversation looks like it's about to get serious. I just wanted to quickly say to Charles, you put me on that Crown Royal apple. I got to try it out the way you've been gassing it up.
Oh yeah, Crown Royal apple is pretty good. If you got it in your country, try Bird Dog apple as well. It's very good. But go ahead, Pablo. Bird Dog apple. But go ahead, Pablo.
Hello? Yeah, what's up, Mel?
What up?
Mel, I came up here to chop it up with you for a second, but I'm gonna use somebody that's closer to my generation. Charles and I are gonna wax poetic about days gone by to illustrate my point. Charles, did you have occasion to hit a nightclub or party or two in the 90s?
I'm not that old. I was 1899.
Me and Charles around the same age.
Okay.
But we're all around the same age. We're not that far apart. Mel's slightly older.
Yeah, I'm only 1 year older.
Yeah, even though I did go, thank you, fake IDs, to clubs. A little bit. Shout out to fake IDs.
Can you remember a time when you would go to a party or a dance or a school dance or a club and they would play slow songs?
Yeah.
What they typically would do is in the middle of the night, they would play 2 or 3 slow songs to give you an opportunity to get at the girl of your choice, correct?
Mm-hmm. You had to grab on some titties and ass.
Yep.
You get to put your chest against the titties and cuff that ass.
Right. But it also served as a nice barometer for an up or down vote on how much of a shot you might have, how interested she might be in you if you had danced with her previous and then the slow song came on and you put your bid in, right?
Oh, yeah. And guess what? Here's the little tidbit of that.
You may not have danced all night, but that's your opportunity to get intimate.
There you go. Right. And they would also do it at the end of the night where you can close the deal, right?
The DJ saved my life.
Yeah. So I did a show just Saturday. And the title was Why Dating Coaches Are Obsolete, like rotary telephones, VHS tapes, and hey man, I'm on the phone, that's all. I just had to pull over for a second.
Yeah, no, they start tripping because it's a sensor and it sets off when people are back here.
Oh.
So yeah, I had to come see what's going on.
Okay.
I just muted him. I don't need to hear that. It's his business.
Yeah, I had to pull over for a second.
Yeah.
I
just muted it so we can keep your
but
privacy down.
So anyway, I said this is why dating coaches are obsolete, like rotary phones, VHS tapes, and gas station attendants. And so I showed this video. I was on Keith Sweat's Instagram page, right? The R&B singer, Keith Sweat, known for begging and all of that, right?
I want your body.
Yeah. It was a scene from an Atlanta nightclub. His song was playing. The people enjoyed his music still, right?
Mm-hmm.
In this modern day, but it was a nightclub just a few days ago here in Atlanta. And the reaction to the song that was made in 1996 is very different than the reaction in 1996. While they enjoyed the song, they were all standing on tables and couches and not dancing together, but women were dancing with women and taking selfies. Men were standing around drinking. Nobody was really connecting.
Yep.
There was no intimacy. There was no romance. There was none of that. There was only selfies, girls grinding on each other and looking at each other and taking selfies. It's on my page right now on my YouTube
I gotta
channel.
ask a question. I just gotta ask this question for everybody on the panel, just to give everybody a tidbit. How old are you, Pablo?
I'm 53.
53. I'm 41. Namer's 41. How old are you, Angry Black Man?
ABM?
Angry Black Man, you there?
I think he's away. He'll be back.
Mel, how old are you?
I'm 43.
So we're half past we're half past being grown men.
Right.
Do you know how happy motherfuckers were when you were able to go to a lounge, not a club, a lounge where you could sit and talk to a bitch?
Oh yeah.
When you could sit and you could put your shoes on, your good shoes, sit at the table, and you seen a fine bitch and you just like drinking your shit. Even though I never cared to buy bitches drinks, you had to be you must be a special lady and a very exciting girl for me to buy you a drink. And we sitting down there and you got the pinky ring glistening. You got the fucking nice fucking Aldo shoe boots, the slacks, the nice button down shirt. You might even wear a bow tie, sounding like a goddamn what a feeling. But nowadays, I'm so glad you said this because that shit brought back a goddamn. And yesterday she was a bad bitch and she lacked eating cognac. That's a bad bitch.
So my ultimate point is about the game and the dating coaches and all of that. In the old environment,
they were king.
That was appropriate. But in the new environment, where there's very little connectivity, is very difficult to make that work. The tools don't match the environment.
Oh, that's true.
And so what I showed,
I will I'm gonna piggyback off of what you said real quick.
Okay.
But when brothers go overseas, where the rules are still traditional, more traditional and old school, this is where dating coaches could actually make some serious money. If dating coaches linked up with passport bros, they would be unstoppable because them old school traditions like Africa and Eastern Europe and Brazil and some of those East Asian countries, man, if you know how to sit still and be a gentleman and talk to a chick, you could get those chicks like. But continue, Pablo. You hit you. I'm picking up what you dropping down.
So check this out, Charles. Here was my second part. In my show last night, I showed that Keith Sweat post from his Instagram with the video of the nightclub here in Atlanta. And then I juxtaposed it to a salsa nightclub.
Like
where the men and women were dancing together.
Like and the way they were dressed and everything.
Right. And it was sexual and sensual and romantic, and you get to touch the girl and lead the woman in the way that you want her to go.
Like I wanted to quickly piggyback off of what Pablo was just saying, because somebody was just speaking about that not long ago. They were talking about how like basically what you just talked about is like dating and male female dynamics in the modern era. And like Charles never asked my age, but I'm 32, so I'm like kind of mid millennial ish. But I actually had I was actually able to experience like the school dances and shit like that. So like I know what you're talking about when you brought up that scenario.
And it's funny because go ahead, Pablo. You finish. We interrupted.
I get a little upset when guys say, "Oh, well, don't just go for the women." Brother, you cannot build a legacy and a life with women you can't connect with.
Yeah. Can you say that again for the niggas in the back? Hold on. We gotta do this proper. This is my channel. I forgot that. If we're gonna say that, we're gonna do it proper. Everybody in the chat, everybody on the panel, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Woo!
Ric Flair, woo!
Well, hold on a second. I forgot to go. Ooh, yeah, because somebody's got to go get some grain. But anyway,
I need you to go deep on that one.
None of us are.
But before you do, Pablo, Pablo, I'm sorry to interrupt, man. You want to talk about the whole slow dance and such? Wait, Pablo. First of all, where you at? Where are you?
I'm in Atlanta at the moment. Yeah.
Oh, Atlanta. Wait a minute. Have you ever been around East Africans?
Yes.
Ethiopians, Eritreans in particular. Because I'm Eritrean. Okay. Because my parents' generation. If you ever listen to like some old school Ethiopian music from the 60s up into the 80s,
it's probably romantic as hell.
There's a style of Amharic. Okay. The Amharas. The Amhara ethnicity of Ethiopia, their language is Amharic. When it comes to Ethiopian music, their style of music, there's a type of style they have. There's a type of subgenre they have called Tizita. It's mostly slow song shit and everything. There's a documentary from back in '89 by the BBC that have about various styles of various countries when it comes to their music in Africa.
Right.
And and if you ever listen to modern day Ethiopian artists, some of them still play Tizita style. It's called Tizita. If you ever play that Tizita stuff, it's always going to be that slow jam type of thing. It's intimacy, it's love, it's passion. In a very very mellow way.
Right.
I've listened to certain songs like that. That just makes me want to get up and just grab somebody, just slow dance or whatnot. I remember seeing my parents slow dance and stuff like that. So you talk about that slow jam shit. I remember when I was like in the 90s, when I was a teenager, we went to parties and shit. Sometimes they would play that, or they would play certain slow dance jams. Like I can give you 2 examples. There was like a certain Boyz II Men joint, or I remember when Brandy She did her cover of Bryan Adams' "Everything I Do." That shit was popular.
Yeah. And so what I was saying is, all of us are here because of the relationship connectivity between men and women. And human beings don't survive without it. We go extinct. So when dudes just say, "Oh, you just going for women," dude, you can't build society without that. That is big. That is huge. So be careful about saying stuff like that. I understand what they're trying to say. They don't saying, well, don't get carried away. Well, that's the only thing that's on your mind, of course. But for guys like me, dude, I already have money. I already have a home. I already have the ability to travel. I already have education. I've already done that. The only thing missing,
can I hear what that?
Yeah, the only thing missing for me is the woman.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Excuse me, Paulo. Sorry to
Naaman.
interrupt.
Naaman, hold on. Let him finish.
So it's the Isaac T thing I thought, but okay, sorry. Go ahead, Pablo.
Yeah, I was saying for somebody like me, the only thing missing was the woman, not the other stuff. I already accomplished those things.
And you got to remember that. But go ahead, Namer.
Isaac T is not lying about what he just said right here. Habesha women hitting those high notes will penetrate your soul like no other. When they sing certain songs, when they hit certain notes, man, when they sing, especially the Tizza stuff, that slow jam stuff, it touches you in a certain way. I can't escape that when I hear that sometimes. When I hear certain songs and where they talk and hit certain notes.
Have you ever noticed the music I play usually at my shows?
Oh yeah.
When I play Angela Bofield, I Try. Don't ever fucking listen to that song if you're going through a breakup or heartache. You will cry.
Been there, done that. Been there, done that.
Well, I
There's
gotta
certain
go,
songs.
Charles. I gotta get this money. I'll holler at you later.
Hey, get that money, man. Appreciate you coming up dropping gems.
Later, Paulos.
You got to remember that. You got to remember that the sensuality, and even Mel talked about it before. The sensuality between men and women has almost evaporated.
Yeah.
Not sexuality, the sensual.
Sensual intimacy.
The intimacy, the resonance of the soul.
The passion.
And it's like when you actually become listen to that, In the Mood by Tyrone Davis. You can just hear it when he listen to Maze featuring Frankie Beverly, While I'm Alone.
I Need You. That was another song.
I Need You. You.
Songs like Disco Lady by Johnny Taylor, although we know BGS hates us. Here's another song I remember. Who remembers Lionel Richie's Hello?
Exactly.
My dad used to bump that shit that my younger brother still listens to. That's his go-to. I think or Billy Ocean's Suddenly, or Here's to You, Color of Love.
Listen to Kenny Rogers. Listen to Kenny Rogers' Lady, which was written by Lionel Richie.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Do you know how many bitches of every race dropped their panties to that song?
I remember the Bee Gees had a song called How Deep Is Your Love? No, don't get that mixed up with How Deep Is Your Love by Drew Hill, folks. I said the Bee Gees. When they sing that stuff, when that song came out, I remember I listened to that every once in a while. Or if you ever listen to here's a song I'm trying to think of. What's it called? 4 Seasons of Loneliness. 4 Seasons of Loneliness by Boyz II Men. That's one song, but there was a couple of songs they had. Like I Want You, I Need You, something like that it's called. Or Free Will Defender. What's good, fam? Or or like if you ever listen to like what's the Janet Jackson song I'm trying to think of? Slow Jam and something like that. No, there was a song I remember. Monica and Usher. DJ play a slow jam. It's on the Soul
Just to let
Food.
people know. Just to let people know, I have anybody. Namer, Mel, Black Angry Man. I know Dre just started coming around recently. Namer, Mel, and I'm Black Angry Man, but listening to me for years.
Oh yeah. We've
We
been
may
chopping up
argue.
since like what, 2016?
Yeah, we may argue, we may disagree, but it's nothing but love.
Yeah, because we
And
all
but,
trying to
but
we're building up.
and guess what? I don't care what space, what group, what camp anybody's from. I'm respectful to everybody until they disrespect. There's people that Mel, Angry Black Man, and Namer will tell you who are diametrically opposed to me, especially women. What happens when, hey, Mel, Angry Black Man, and Namer, what happens when a woman comes on my panel ready to talk some bullshit? What happens 15 minutes after talking to her?
She becomes agreeable. She gets her act together.
It would. She becomes
Except that one time. Except that one time. Because Mel, you remember this? There was that one time one chick came in and she started twerking on us. And then me and Mel, we had a good laugh about it because we were like trying to make it out like she Me Too'd us and shit.
Yeah.
Mel, you remember that? She Me Too'd us, man.
Yeah. And you know what?
Oh, I was muted. Sorry. Was that like 2 weeks ago?
No, this was like a couple. This last year. Remember last year there was this big girl. She was wearing like camouflage. She was wearing camo tight ass jeans, and she was like twerking on Charles and shit before she had to shut her down. Yeah, we were like, she Me Too'd us. She Me Too'd us and shit. Remember?
Army Soldier Moo Cow, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember.
But remember that one time it was that chick from. Remember that one time it was the chick from a Mary Brown's camp. What's up, AB? It was that chick from a Mary Brown's camp.
What's up, AB?
And she actually came on my panel. I heard you don't like women. I said, if I didn't like women, sweetheart, you wouldn't be here, would you? Not only did we have a great conversation, she became enamored. She was impressed. She was aroused, and she donated money.
Oh yeah.
So good money too. So if you're telling me that us in this space doesn't know how to talk to women, I beg strongly to differ. Now, are there some guys who are so awkward that they might need a coach? Sure. There are some people who are not gifted in talking to women and need help. But you need to go to the environment where you're going to be most successful. A lion or a tiger might be the perfect killing machine on land, but it's less than a guppy in the water.
Exactly. You need a killer whale or a great white shark to be in that type of water. Depends on the
successful in a different environment. He has to learn from someone that could give him the tools and information how to do it. So he
Here's the bad part about being a non-aquatic animal in the ocean. You're gonna drown. That's not your environment. That's not where you're gonna be the most successful.
That person to prevent themselves from drowning, they have to learn to swim.
And you know who was a master at that shit? Fucking Kevin Samuels.
Yeah. You gotta
remember
learn.
Remember how he used to, like, after the whole phase of everybody just being excited, he was roasting bitches. Notice how women got their shit together when they called his show.
Yeah.
You stop seeing bonnets and stop seeing nasty attitudes and shit.
Because they started.
They get their act together.
And that's what I try to tell dudes. Like, you got to start demanding respect out of women.
Exactly.
A lot of people. Can you say that again for the? Say that again for the niggas in the back, please.
For the niggas in the back, you have to demand your respect from a woman. The same way we tell women, just because a man fucks you doesn't mean he loves you.
Or
Same
respects
thing
you.
for men. Just because she's giving you the pussy doesn't mean she respects you.
You
Brother,
just feeling
say that part again.
Say that
Louder for
again,
the
nigga.
front of the
Say,
back.
hold on. Say it again, real quick. Say it again.
Exactly.
God damn,
Just
this nigga.
because she gives you the pussy does not mean she respects you.
And that's the game. Tell
We
these
hope
other
You
y'all
have
need to
to
donate for that
demand
one,
your
boy.
fucking respect. And
Y'all
if
need to
that
donate for
means
that one, boy.
if that means, hey, you pissed her off so she don't want to fuck you, then oh well. You just won't fuck her. There's other women out here. Stop lowering yourself for a cheap nut.
That's part
Yep.
of the game, man. Like, yo, I tell these dudes, yo, women can fuck you for different reasons. And that doesn't mean they generally actually are sexually into you. They use pussy as a weapon against you. To manipulate you. That's their
The
superpower.
same way you want to bust a nut, the same way they want to bust a nut. I mean, it's really that you got because we talk about it all the time.
Yo, put it this
Women,
way, not even that. Because most of the time, like I said, most chicks don't even bust a nut from dudes. There's only small percentage of dudes that bust a woman's nut.
dog, and I agree with you. I agree with you. But here's what we got to understand. We talk all the time about how, particularly black women, a lot of them are masculine as hell nowadays. They want to get dick in the same way you want pussy because they're masculine. A lot of women think like dudes nowadays.
The funny thing about it is, I will
just want to get a word
understand
in
a
real
little
quick.
percentage of what they're coming from. They haven't met a lot of masculine dudes that definitely make them feel like they could be effeminate. Now it's not my job to make you feel effeminate, but naturally, yeah, I do understand a little percentage where they're coming from. I mean, we see a lot of our boys that be trying to build up to be that masculine man that they're trying to be. We teach them this all the time. Someone's not going to listen. And then they keep crying back. Why are you having problems? We trying to tell you. Charles try to tell these young boys.
Hold up, Drake. Hold up.
We all try to teach them.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you in. I'm trying to get you in, man. Mel,
Turn your mic up a little bit too.
Yeah.
Come on in, Drake. Speak up. Can you speak up? We can't hear you, Drake. Can you speak up?
I think you gotta go to your set. Drake, go to your settings and turn the volume up from there. Yeah, you can do it.
Going off my phone, but I'm about to buy.
I'm
going off my phone, but I'm about to like buy a new laptop and shit. So, my
that's what I'm saying. If you go on the settings button on the StreamYard and then go to
Wait,
audio.
do you have a Bluetooth? Are you using Bluetooth on your phone, on the Drake?
Yeah, I'm on Bluetooth.
Okay. Just what you go to the audio settings, switch to Bluetooth device because sometimes it goes on default instead of Bluetooth.
Yeah.
Well, what the point of what I was trying to say was,
I just lifted up your volume a little bit more.
Yeah, like the point I wanted to just quickly make was you like I was talking like I wanted to respond to that analogy about like a lion going into an aquatic setting basically, and that's pretty much what the passport rules are, right? If you're not succeeding in where you are, it kind of makes sense to go elsewhere. And it's not that was my whole point. The other point was I'm not sure if it was Mel or was any black man that was talking about, well, eventually they have to learn to swim, right? But like, how are they going to learn to swim if they're not leading up to that? Basically, is what I'm trying to say. And unless you don't believe in evolution, that stuff like happens over multiple generations. So why are we getting at the dudes that are?
And I'm explaining this real quick.
I want to add. Let me do this, Charles, real quick.
All right, go ahead, and I'm after you.
Yeah. Here's the big thing, man. Like, yo, if you want to learn how to fish, who I go to? The fish or the fish catcher?
You talk to the fisherman.
But that's not
necessarily the fisherman. It's the same logic, but also you gotta know your environment where the fish also too. So the same thing with the passport bros. If they try to be successful going to other countries like that, they have to learn from experienced men that will teach them the game also too, how to move. Because a lot of these passport bros, some of them, not all of them, are not moving right, and this is why they're getting got the way they are. You got to be aware of your surroundings where you travel to, and you have to learn from others that teach you how to do it.
Well,
it's where you got to move.
To better make my point, go ahead, Charles. My apologies.
And here's the point that I'm going to get at, right? Men should always know you are naturally the hunter. Do you know what the success rate for a lion hunting in the daytime is? 10%.
Not that good. Not
It's
that
10%.
good. 1 in 10. 1 in 10, and that's the lionesses primarily. 1 in
It's
10
10%.
hunts.
10%.
Mhm.
Lions, you know, for those of us who paid attention in biology class, fortunately for me, I was a nerd, still am. Lions are at a ratio to 40 to 50% at night. A lion's night vision is so good, it actually their night vision is better than night vision goggles. They can actually see the air coming from your lungs at night. That's how good they are. So when that lion discovers, especially those young lions, when they discover this shit, and they discover what they are, who they are, and they're okay with, because guess what? I hate it when I kind of hate the 80-20 rule. There's some truth to it, but it's not telling the absolute, complete truth. 80-20 is cool, but guess what? Not all
It's
women
not
are going to
completely
find it.
accurate.
Not all women are even in the same rooms with the top 20% of men. Okay? Matter of fact, let me break this down to you. If you're a man making 85,000, you're in the top 15% of men, regardless of race in the United States, of top earners. Top 15. So if that's true, why aren't the women chasing down the firefighters, the police officers, you know, the sanitation workers? Women are going to chase what's in their environment. Okay? They may have a preference off of physicality, but a woman will fuck at slightly above and slightly below her level, just like a man would.
Well, like
I've said
Charles,
this. I taught my son, and I'm gonna give you the floor after this one. I taught my son and my godson this: ask a woman what she wants, let her know who you are, and let her figure out what she desires. Think
yeah,
about that.
like just to quickly say, like I would argue that like women in general, they mostly care about titles over finances, which is like kind of what we see in the space.
Because when you actually boil down 80-20, most women are not around guys that are significantly higher than their price tag. Most women do not have the ability to be from the projects and be so fucking gorgeous that a guy who makes hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars a year can take her out that hood. Just because you're the so-called alpha male in the projects does not mean you're the alpha male everywhere else out that environment.
Nope. There's levels to this shit.
There are levels. Some people just don't like their level. Some people understand their level and say, this is how I'm going to combat the system.
You could be the top dog here, but you are not the top dog in another place.
Yeah, and like to reiterate and explain it a little bit clearer, what I was trying to say earlier. Basically, I was just trying to say that like the passport, the passport bros, what they're doing right now, like they only just started doing this. Like white dudes been doing this shit for a long ass time in like the MGTOW spaces, etc. And they were calling it geomaxing, but like for black people, and obviously you know how that goes. But we've only been doing this for a short amount of time, so like, how are they going to have other people to teach them this stuff? Which is what Mel was saying. How are they going to have other people to teach them this stuff if we don't even have a framework for it?
Well,
Do you want to go, Charles, or you want me to go?
I'm gonna go real quick. See, this
All right,
is
go.
the problem. This is the problem with a lot of dudes.
Mm-hmm.
And the guys over 40 can tell you this because we're the last generation to have a two-parent household. That was common. That was actually common back in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of dudes have trouble with game because they never seen their father in action.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that again for the niggas in the back. If you don't see how your dad reacts to women and women reacts to him, you're gonna come up a little lacking. Okay? People say, well, you like comic books. Girls say this shit all the time. I said, I do. But let me tell you about why I like them. Remember, investigative, the most important thing is the why.
Mm-hmm.
And when you actually can explain it in such an elegant way for that woman to capture the essence of who you are, that makes her interested, enamored with you. See, the part is, it's not just fucking a woman's vagina, it's making her enamored with you. When you can make
Very
her
true.
think, when you can get her, there's two types of people. The motherfuckers you want to be with, and the motherfuckers you can't be without.
Ooh.
Which one is you fill in the blank for? Because if
And
that
that's
woman,
exactly.
go ahead.
I was gonna say quickly. That's exactly where the dating coaches are lacking at, because they only lead up to the relationship, if even that, and then there's nothing after that.
But even
And that's
Mel
like,
said, not all dating coaches are the same.
No.
And this is the reason why. This is the reason why ARC was very special to this space.
Mm-hmm.
And ARC was actually considered part of this space because a lot of stuff from
He's one of the
worldwide.
godfathers of the manosphere.
Yeah.
You know, people try to get credit to Rolo. That dude, honestly, he don't know game with women either, too, like that. Period.
Well,
before we
when I
continue,
voted,
hold up, Dre. Dre, I'm sorry to interrupt.
okay, bro.
Before we continue, there's somebody we are leaving out that needs to have his flowers, and he's still here with us in this space. And that's the field master, Ron Wills.
Oh, Ron
Uncle
Wills.
Ron.
Oh, I'm glad you said. I'm sorry. Yeah, Ron Wills also took
Uncle
definitely.
Ron
And forget not flowers, cigars.
Cigars.
You gotta give us cigars.
I don't know if he can smoke cigars right now because he's because
It's metaphor.
by the way, get well, big
It's
man.
metaphor. It's metaphorically.
Yeah, but
It's
get well soon
metaphorically.
because remember he's still recovering from a stroke, man. You know.
Well, like I would argue this because nobody's mentioned his name, so I'll bring him up. I would say Patrice was the first dating coach in the.
No, we mentioned Patrice earlier. We mentioned Patrice on the show earlier.
The concept
I've heard him
we
mentioned,
learned
not as a dating coach.
from him also too. Even though, ARC been doing this even before Patrice O'Neal was knows in the space. He just ARC just came online later years. He been ARC was on.
He was on Pod Talk. He was on like Blog Talk Radio.
Yeah, Blog Talk Radio.
Blog Talk Radio is where ARC got his name in the books. Patrice, his experience came through because Patrice was like going off about women on Opie and Anthony on Sirius Radio before Sirius and XM merged. Because remember, then it was from there, because of the conversations, not just about women, but other things, the back and forth he would have with them, because he and other comics were frequent guests to their shows. And these were comics from the sellers. Even guys like Kevin Hart, Louis C.K., Bill Burr were among them. But when Patrice came and some shit, when they talked about some serious shit or relationship-wise, especially when it talked about the members of the guys, Opie and Anthony with their relationship, especially with Anthony, it was immediately like right there, like in 06, just one, Greg Opie, he said, you need to get your own show. And that's how he ended up having Black Phillip. It only lasted for like only 12 episodes.
What was the girl on that show you always be pushing back on also too? Like
there was a bunch of them. Which ones are we talking about?
Yeah, it was a couple of them. Yeah, I didn't know it was a couple of them. It sounds the same.
Okay, let me maybe I could help you. Maybe I could help you out. Can you remember a certain incident that she had with him that caused him to push back? Or something about that person in particular? Was there something that the caller said? Was it something about her that you remember, Mel? Something she said?
Maybe the friendship, friend zone type shit. Yeah, when he tried to explain to her like about why dudes be in the friend zone, she didn't want to accept it. I know it might sound like
Or was it? Or was like there was because like remember there was a bunch of women who were on that show. Like those who were cast and those who were guests. You got to be more specific, dude.
I know. I thought it was just one chick. Yeah, like the same one. Yeah.
Okay. Let me drop some names. Maybe that might help you.
Nah, I don't know the names. That's the whole thing. I don't know the names. That's
okay. Was she like in the first episode, or do you remember any episodes?
Nah, I don't even know what episode number. I was just watching
But
random videos.
here's the most important part about the whole situation is that a guy like Ron Wills and ARC, they're very honest men. They're very black pill in their approach because there's a lot of guys. They stand up. You know where you stand with them, and you know where you are.
I wouldn't say that, though.
And you want to realize this: a lot of people get mad at Ron Wills when he mentioned body game.
You cannot deny the body game.
You cannot. This is my rule for any man. Don't ask for something you can't obtain.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a big man yourself.
If you want a woman that's in shape, you want a woman that's in shape, your ass better be working out.
Also, you gotta know what your body type is.
That's one of the main factors. The body game just leads to overall health, being a lifestyle.
Yeah. Because like how you built, because like we all are different body, because we all have different body types, and we're built for certain types of sports. Like Charles is bulky, stocky, but he's built as a wrestler. I'm lanky and lean. I'm like built like a Muay Thai fighter or a middle distance or a long distance runner. So your body game has to be. You have to know what type your body is. You have to also understand: are you endomorphic, ectomorphic, mesomorphic, which means your metabolic rate and everything, and all that stuff. So you have to have like a specific training regimen to go with that. I mean, let me give you an example. If y'all remember the brother Lil Rel. He was in if you remember his appearance on Insecure, the way he was talking to whatchamacallit, Yvonne Orji's character. And Ram did comment on that because Ram himself is a stocky brother. He's not 6 foot tall. He's like 5'10", 5'11", and he's kind of stocky. But he talked about, if you a big man, you're secure about yourself and well built, that body game is important for you. But you also how you carry yourself and how you attract that person. If you got that big man love, if you're a big man and you know how to love a woman right like that, if you got the body for it, some women are like will be drawn to you. But the body game has to be like also a reflection of who you are, how you carry yourself. There's some dudes out there, they're like 300 pounds, but it's not obese 300 pounds. They're well built, like a 300-pound, like a muscle man or power lifter or something like that,
Well, but
some
also
of us
too,
are like,
yeah, also too, that can't be the only factor of attracting women.
No.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
that's one thing. I know y'all might push on Lucario with the looks thing, but he has a point. If you make that as the only factor of thinking you'll attract women, you're not gonna keep her around. There's something inside about you that has to keep the women to you. You gotta think about body game, like how you play Super Mario. You eat the mushroom or got that flower, it's just a power up. But you can lose the power up. You can lose it. So, but he's still Mario. He still jumps, bounce on dudes, even when he's small. But he's still.
I look at it like a book, right? I'm back. I look at it like a book. I look at it like a book. If you look at a book, and Ron was a coach in '93, god damn, I look at it like a book.
Yeah.
Look at a comic book, for instance, which is even better analogy. You're going to get your best artist on a new book. Why? because you want people to be attracted and drawn to that book that you want to sell. That number one issue, you need your best fucking artist. I mean, he needs to show the fuck off and show his talent. Now, when that person picks up that book, you have to have something called substance.
The writers.
And that's where the storyline comes in. You have to have the right writers to go with that.
That's when the writers come in.
That's where the writer. What is your substance? This is the reason why I tell young men, travel, see the world, be interesting. Because
this is what Patrice was talking about going overseas. You want to have experiences and knowledge.
Women are attracted to men. Correct me if I'm wrong, Toya. Women are attracted to men that they can learn from. That can teach them something. That are out the norm. See, we get hooked up with this thuggo and all this other shit. And that's only because how pervasive thug culture is in our community. Guess what? Thuggo is only a very specific type of person. Most black men are working class black people, working class men.
Blue collar.
So if you think about it, if you're a blue collar guy who could play chess, how many worlds can you fit in?
Plenty. What if they also know how to play Go and checkers as well? That is somebody who's multi-talented.
If you're a blue collar guy who knows politics, finances, who's been in the military, there's not too many realms you will not be out of, because you will be able to talk to the street dude and the educated guy.
Yep.
See, you have to be what I always said this channel was based of, is be multifaceted.
You know what's
And
funny?
that's the biggest lack, I would say, on the modern black man, is the lack of being multifaceted. We try to involve being multifaceted. And see, game is not about dating. Game is about how you interact and network through life.
Yeah.
Say that again. Say it again for the ones in the back. Say it again, man.
I'm gonna say it again for the niggas in back. Game is not about dating. It's about how you navigate and interact with life.
I mean, let me give you an example.
I can hang out with the.
That's what I try to teach dude. That's how it really is. We've been used to. We watch movies how the game that has played through movies, media, and everything. Dudes manipulating, lying. That's only a percentage of how they play the game. The game is played multiple ways.
Yeah.
How you want to play the game to get the better results in your life?
Yeah.
And stuff.
Wait. Oh, by the way,
you want to play the game honestly, just like Charles said.
By the way, folks. Do you notice how Mel is calmed down and how he's hyped in a good way, or apart from earlier? No. No, I ain't trying to do some shit. I'm trying to explain something to me. I'm trying to explain something to you.
It's not insulting, but it's because we know.
It's not insulting. But here's what I'm doing. Look what I'm doing. I'm observing what you're doing, how you are, because we're communicating, we're building here. At the beginning, it was kind of confrontational. There were some misunderstandings, but see how we cleared all the misunderstandings, how we building together, fam. It's like how if you remember, if you listen to Black Phillip, Patrice O'Neal, whenever certain people call into the show, he would pause that caller and say, and look at everybody and talk to and address all the listeners and say, do you understand the frustrations of this man? Do you understand what this man is saying and going through? Because that is trying to invoke empathy and understanding and insight. This is what I'm trying to do right here by saying what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, fam?
Understand where I'm coming from and stuff?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to. Yes, I understand where you're coming from. And sometimes
too much pushback. I had to come up here and bring a balance to him like that.
I got it. I understand, fam. I'm trying to let you know.
That's why you see me act certain way with certain dudes.
And I understood. Like, yo, wait a minute.
And then it is what it is. But the reality
like,
is,
but let me.
like, you know, hey, that's their experience. But you know what? I'm speaking
I
from my
get it.
experience also too. And even if you're older than me or even younger than me, the reality is, I'm speaking from experience that actually works. In some cases, I might have made a mistake you did, even if you're older than me or younger than me. But I see better results. I have a different mindset. I don't carry a hateful mindset.
It's the fact that
And this, and right here, what I'm saying, this has also to say with something that I remember Ron Will said. We all have to acknowledge each other's experiences. The select and the non-select have to recognize and understand each other's experiences. That's how we all come together and build. Y'all hear me?
One of the main factors also too, some dudes used to be a non-select. They have to build themselves. ARC said this all the time. Y'all mention it. Some dudes is going to get with women based upon genetics. They're just born that way. They got it. Some dudes going to have to build themselves that way. Like, let's see the whole concept about how tall you want a man. Most females not going to get a 6 foot dude.
No,
but
what did I tell?
Some dudes can actually get with, even if he's 5'8", get with chicks because
What
he has
did I tell? What did I tell you?
Women.
What did I tell you earlier about the tax?
Yeah, some people pay it, some people don't.
Some people pay it, some people don't. If you really want, some people have to.
Yeah, my thing with the tax is, okay, what type of tax do you want to pay?
Because guess what? You're going to pay a tax. It's going to be the physical, financial, spiritual, emotional, mental. I mean,
or
you're
any
going to
combination
pay
of the dimensions
any
above.
combination. Because guess what? If you want that woman to be your wife, you're going to pay a couple of few taxes, like she has to pay hers. A penance must be paid. You can't say I want to marry a man and bring no type of fucking assets to that man. You're a liability if you're not saying what I can bring. Because first and foremost, what happens to a lot of these dudes and why they get mistreated out there is because a lot of, I hate to say it, but a lot of black men do not like looking at reality. They don't. They look at reality. They look at and if they do look at reality, they look at it from the standpoint of their mother.
Bingo.
Let's not forget and to invoke also to bring in some knowledge from our brother MC air quotes with his DJ No Static. That's Mr. Z, in case y'all wonder who I mean, and our good friend Snuggles.
Snuggles in?
No, Snuggles ain't here, but you know sometimes I wonder what happened to Snuggles. But anyway,
he's still around. He just
you could tell. Or she, but Mr. Z has mentioned this. We are the Disney. We are the Disney generation here. Just like a lot of girls grew up with the Disney fantasy, a lot of us boys also were exposed to that and grew up with that. I admit I had that when I was little. So we learned about how. That's why some of us are hopeless romantics like that. But those of us who are realistic about it, or had to learn how to be realistic about it, we grew from that. We grew out of that. We we knew better.
We became like the Disney actors from childhood, and now they grown up exposing the real harsh truth of working in the Disney shows.
You went from the Disney Channel to Nightmare on Elm Street.
Actually, I was thinking more like either shows like Tales from the Dark Side or the
Actually, we went from the Disney Channel
Alfred
to the
Hitchcock
fucking
or Twilight Zone.
We went from the goddamn Disney Channel to the goddamn fucking Sci-Fi Channel very quickly. And this is space age shit. This is like some weird science fiction, fantasy type shit.
I gotta ask this question now. 1997, Halloween, 1997. How many of y'all, after seeing Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones, decided to go out as one of the Men in Black for Halloween?
Nah. Well, you got to think about it. There's a couple of people who did it, but oh man, that was the Sci-Fi Channel back in the day where they showed the old reruns of the Incredible Hulk and the bionic, the $6 million man, the bionic woman. It was so
Steve
cool.
Austin.
And
And
we
we
ain't
don't mean
talking
Stone
about
Cold,
that.
folks.
We ain't talking about that damn pro wrestling. We talking about. It's kind of like it's kind of like funny because a lot of people are looking in despair.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who probably are blessed that we talk about these subjects like this. Why? Because there's a lot of guys out there who has not experienced, women less than that.
Ooh, say that again. You say that all the time, Charles.
A lot of guys have not experienced a woman less than that to them.
Nope.
Nope.
Who remembers a time when they've had a woman lust after them?
You want me to pick one?
I've had that happen to me a couple times, and I can tell you,
great feeling.
I remember that, but the thing was for me, it was like, me being me. And I remember the first time she wanted to do it, but I did not want to do it. It wasn't that it was not a good time. It was just like I didn't have what I needed for that situation.
I'm going to ask you this one question.
Okay.
And this is going to go to your hedonistic side. That was some powerful shit telling her no, wasn't it?
Is that say it again. Exactly.
It was not just that. It was not just that.
It's not just that. But was it not powerful to be able to tell a woman who was ready to drop drawers for you, no?
Exactly.
I'll give you one better.
That's the.
I'll give you one better.
I'm not gonna have.
I'll give you one better. Now I suffer from canker sores. You guys know what canker sores are?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
Yeah. I keep getting them. I keep having because I suffer from acid ulcers and whatnot. Acid stomatitis. One situation I remember I had was this very same person I turned down. I told her I couldn't come because I had these things, and you can't hang out with somebody when you got that shit. You can't even make out with them. But I explained to her what the situation was. I said we're gonna have to reschedule, but. Being me, I told her, listen, the wait is gonna be worth it. Because the further I'm away from you, the heart, makes the heart go, long, grow fonder.
Man, you made her pee on herself.
Well, yeah, I did.
They say don't go chasing waterfalls. You had the waterfall chasing you.
Yep.
Please take to the rivers and the lakes that you used to.
Oh, she was going to give you a river.
You're gonna have it your way or nothing at all. But I think you're moving too fast. Why you gotta make me do that?
She was so wet that you had to put galoshes, a raincoat, and fucking umbrella there. Like you could have worn a condom made out of fucking titanium and you would have felt that shit.
Shit. I mean, I remember I was adamant that we had to have condoms. Because I didn't know whether or not and when she asked, should I be on the pill? What would you say if I got on the pill and you didn't have to need the condom? I looked at it and said, listen, if you want to use the pill, I'm more than happy to encourage you. But I insist on using condoms because I have a responsibility first and foremost to myself, which in turn means I choose to be responsible towards you. I know you trust me. But me, out of my own conscience and whatnot, you cannot hit it raw dog. Now, because of this, I've become pretty much a common connoisseur. But she understood it. But now, unfortunately, it didn't work out. But the next person I got involved with, because of me and being insistent on using protection, and because I always want the other person to have a good experience from me and learn something from me. This person, I understand, anytime she gets involved with another person, she insists on using protection. because I schooled her in that way. This is the thing that people don't understand about relationships.
Say that again.
Huh?
Say that key word you just said. The key
I
3 words.
had to.
No.
When I had my experiences with this person, I took it upon myself to introduce her to certain aspects of safe sex. So the next time
you said you schooled her.
I schooled her, and I made it a point to make sure, and I made it a point to be a positive impact on her life.
You understand,
because
brother? The power
because
you
the
just
info
had,
I gave her,
brother. That's right, my man. You schooled her. She followed.
Especially in this particular person's case, because she had a latex allergy. So not only did I have to give her the knowledge, but I had to explain to her, you're going to need specific kinds of things for her in her case, because she needed the non-latex type of stuff. And I remember giving her info not only on non-latex condoms, but you know what femidoms are, the female condoms. I gave her knowledge on that, info on that, and now so she doesn't have to rely on a man for anything. She doesn't have to rely on the man to wear protection. Sometimes
Wait a minute. What am I hearing? Do I hear about a woman don't know how to use condoms or something? What am I listening to?
No, because where I'm at, here's the problem, ABM. Up here in Scandinavia, it's like this. They look at you funny if you use protection. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? I don't remember.
Oh God.
It's weird over here. So
you're living in fucking Viking country, bro.
Yes, and there's this misconception they have regarding condoms and whatnot. Like they say, like there's no age.
If there's women over there was into trapping dudes, rich dudes for babies, yeah, the success rate is up there.
That's why with the previous one, I said I'm still insisting on using protection. Now, if you want to have a baby or something like that, you can come up, just be upfront with me about it. Now, sadly, that didn't work out. But the other person that I said I schooled and everything, she had no desire to have kids. But because like I said, with her, she had a latex allergy. I went out of my way to do my research. I found the right brands, and I gave her that info. And I even also gave her info on femidoms. That's a female condom. Because she is one of those type of people who understands the importance of protecting herself. And I figured, you know what? Not only do I got to school you, I got to also give you knowledge on some of the tools you can have so you can protect yourself sometimes. Because some situations, the guy may not want to use the condoms. So why don't you just say, you know what? I got this. I got this. So because I want to take responsibility for myself and for you. That was the thing for me when I said using condoms, because let's not forget something, folks. I grew up in East Africa. HIV is no fucking joke. There is no AR, there are no antiretrovirals available for most people. It's still a death sentence to a lot of people. And having had that education since I was 9 years old, I've been adamant on using protection. Hell, I like, some of my partners who aren't that well versed on the condom games, they holler at me and ask me, yo, what's the best brand for me? I say, so what's your deal? What's this, that, and the third? And we talk about this shit. Hell, I should be working at a fucking sex shop because of this shit. I should be working in sales. Like one of my man tells me.
Get your condoms, get your dildos, get your powder powders.
Yeah. Lubes and everything. I mean,
get your
their
brands,
brands
get your
we use.
Outs and study packs.
Yeah. I mean, I've been like schooling a couple of my dogs about this shit. Like, hell, let me ask y'all something. You ever had a situation where you tried it, where you tried on a condom, but it turned out the shit was too small?
All the time.
One too many times.
No nigga gonna be like, I'm gonna tell you the secret. No nigga's gonna really admit, damn, I tried around this condom and it felt like a pair of jeans from 1994. Baggy as shit. No nigga.
No. In my case, it was like Martin Lawrence. You remember when Martin Lawrence got jumped in the bathroom of Club Hell in Bad Boys? That's what my dick felt like when I put that thing on too tight. It was like, The point I pulled out, he was like, motherfucker.
There's no difference when chicks be saying they want this big, let's instill type of penis size in them, and all of them's not gonna be
It's
able to
not
take
the length, it's the girth. It's
exactly.
how thick you are. But
There's
the problem is like, you
for the
know,
video that chick who said with the measure said, I'm not taking no penis this size on my arm. No, most of the size gonna be
whoa. See, that's the thing. Because there was that other chick, who had like the measuring tape, right?
Yeah, I think that was
White
the
chick
one
who
I'm
had
talking about.
the one with the measuring tape and shit. I'm like, first of all, do you understand certain size dudes? I mean, ladies, you know the motherfucker's got. First of all, fellas, you know your dick is too big or too long for her if she has to put her hand on your stomach so you don't go in too deep. Because you know that cervix, because they don't like you when the cervix get pounded.
When you watch
Well, you know what the chick
say in their interviews, even certain scenes they do, you notice how sometimes they push the dude back from throbbing into them.
Well,
too
you
much.
know, you're working with something. If she can tell your size by some of your favorite movies, one is In Too Deep, and the one movie you don't want to be referred to as The World Is Not Enough. Like
or if she's adamant on wanting to measure it.
Oh, like when she got it, like the Big John skit, like the lesbians, like damn. Oh, you John? Yeah. And she look at her forearm and be like, oh,
the lesbian homie.
yeah. Like Jesus.
Man,
Like,
I remember having a funny ass conversation with a lesbian friend about that. Because I had this joke about strap-ons and shit. Because like, you know, if you're like, you know, if you're a certain height and the tool belt and the harness you got to wear, you can't have a dildo of a certain length. Otherwise, it's just gonna hang too low like an elephant's trunk. So and it's gonna be dragging on your harness and shit. So you gotta just like adjust it like the same way some shit like a thick girl has to adjust her jeans. Some funny shit. Yeah, this conversation went completely left. My fault.
Y'all remember Pinky the porn star, right? Pinky.
Oh yeah.
Now she looks like Big Toe.
Exactly, big toes. Jeez. Now that even worse than big toe, like big ham hock. Jeez.
She fell off, huh?
Man, she lost it from my point of view. Damn, like
I mean, first of all, she's like what? How tall is she?
She like 4'5", 4'9".
Yeah. Okay. See, here's the thing you have to understand. Huh? 5 foot. Okay, 5 foot. Okay, 5 foot and that thick. You cannot be that thick at that height because that's gonna put a lot of strain on your hips and on your knees. And girls that short, they gain weight a lot easily, and losing weight is a lot harder for them.
And she has no kids, from what I know. She has no kids. So how you got a bitch like that?
Does she have regular periods? Is the question. Because at a certain weight, if you're a certain weight, at a certain height, man.
The majority of the girls we went to high school with who was Pinky when she first came out, when we first saw her years ago when she first came in, slim, thick, not big like now, but you know, she still was like muscular, thick. How many girls we went to school we was looking at, and then look at them now, years later, after they graduated from school and gained all that weight.
Some of them have babies, stretch marks like a motherfucker.
Yeah. I'm like, damn, I used to be in school back in the day. Jeez, I thought I was a bullet. You dissing me?
Yeah.
Then again, in my case, most of the girls are usually on the slender side where I'm from. You know, depends on them. It also depends on what they're eating and such.
Is that the U.S. the way they eat? Yeah, it's totally different from where you at.
It's all processed, man. All that salt and everything, and you don't know what's in those foods. That's why you gotta like go to like a Whole Foods market, or no, not Whole. You can't go to Whole Foods; they overpriced. But you go like to like like the farmers market and such. Where you get all those organic produce and shit, fisherman market shit.
And some places got fruits that they don't sell in certain states that actually is more better for you. You know how much I have to go.
But you still gotta clean your. You still gotta wash those vegetables. Especially you gotta wash it like in some water with baking soda and vinegar, just get rid of the pesticides and such.
My fruits, I wash mine with sparkling water with baking soda.
Baking soda and vinegar, that'll work. That'll work because that clears out
I
all the
got
shit that's
baking
in there.
soda. I got baking soda. Oh man, that's silly.
Now because it's alkaline, just it counteracts the clears the pesticides and all that thing on that shit. Also, frozen shit also
I'm getting
helps
a little
because there's
tired,
less
fellas.
pesticides.
Anybody want to give their last thoughts?
I just want to say y'all ain't shit, and God bless y'all for it.
I try not to be. Anybody else got any
Enjoy
last thoughts?
your $200 liquor tonight, Charles? Is that how much you got? Enjoy your $200 liquor tonight or tomorrow?
I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. Anybody else with last thoughts? Stray, Angry Black Man?
Yeah, I'll just say quickly. Thanks for having me up and having this panel conversation.
I think this was entertaining and educational. Now, everybody on 3.
Hold on, I have one thought real quick.
Okay, cool.
All right.
John Harbaugh got out coached again.
He'll be back.
That was cold.
He'll be back. It's just that they should have let Lamar do Lamar shit. Use your run game. But they'll be back.
You can run game, but also trust your running backs too.
Yeah, you got 2 good running backs. Use them 3. Use them all. Throw them at them.
Use them all in rotation. Hell, get a couple extra ones, because you need to have depth in that offense.
Yeah, Charles. In the video game news, I'm hearing how they did my man Batman in the Suicide Squad game. I seen the scene. Everybody upset.
Yeah.
What's the company again? Is it Square Enix or is it Ubisoft?
No, I think it's still Ubisoft. Yeah, because they cleared from the Arkham. They killed
Ubisoft.
They killed them off, but technically that's just one scene. They still haven't had nobody beat the whole game. I don't think he's dead. I think that might be a clone or like I said, being that he's taking over by Brainiac, he might heal from it. So that's just one scene from the game that was a spoiler and stuff, and there's more to it afterwards. They haven't beat that game, and Warner Bros. Making sure there's no reviews being put out until after February 2nd.
Oh wait. If it's Warner Brothers, no, that's not Ubisoft. That's Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers, because they've got their own NetherRealm Studios who does other stuff like for the Injustice as well, the Mortal Kombat stuff. But
I think it's Rocksteady. It's still Rocksteady because it's continue after Batman Arkham Knight with the Suicide Squad game, and people was pissed off how they did them and stuff. But I'm saying like, don't jump to conclusions. I know I like it, but that's just one scene from the game. That's not the actual ending. It's not gonna be alive. Nobody hasn't played the whole game and spoiled it online and beat it yet. And they hold the reviews now. You can't put no review on the game until after the February 2nd. So
but let's not forget. Look at the state of. Oh, Charles will be back, but no, look at the state of video gaming because, like I said earlier, I was chopping it up with one of my boys about the state of video games nowadays. Like since PlayStation 3, when do you recall a time where you had a game without a day one patch?
Because they stopped
the dismal shit. And just hold on, folks. And Charles will be back in a bit. But understand like the state of the game of gaming now. It's been like that for the past close to 20 years now.
And not only that, this is Kevin
2005. 2005. That's when Xbox 360 came out. 2005 is when Xbox 360 came out. 06, that's when the PS3 came out.
But they more upset. They more upset because remember this is Kevin Conroy's last Batman voice role, and look how they did his Batman in this Arkham universe.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. That's just one scene from the game. That's not the actual ending of the game. You just probably saw a part that might happen to him. It might turn out differently when you beat the game, and I think he survived. Like it might be a clone because Brainiac took over the Justice League, except for Wonder Woman. He might put nanites in them to heal them. We might make clones. We don't know the actual ending of the game yet, so people freak out.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about this another time.
Yeah, talk about some nerd talk later on.
Yeah. Everybody do it. Everybody do it. 1, 2, 3.
Woo! Woo!